mwisho, Mheshimiwa Rais, katika constituency yangu ya Nyaribari Chache kuna barabara ya lami ambaye tumeweka kilomita 26. Mchina alikuwa hapo amesimama kwa sababu hajalipwa pesa. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, na kuomba kwa unyenyekevu, tafadhali urudi Nyaribari Chache kwa sababu tuko na mipango mengi sana. Nyaribari Chache ndio headquarter ya Kisii. Na mimi ninaomba project ya housing tulikuwa tumesema tutaweka, tunaomba Mheshimiwa Rais uje utufungulie. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, asanteni sana.
Vairi nayo choigere Kisii amanganande kwa ne Kisii tako yu bantu mbako yu mono nae. Wageni mbako yu keita. Una huyo mgako yo ito kwa alikuwa irangora. Haya. Wacha sasa niende kwa mheshimiwa kutoka Nyamira North Mugirango, West Mugirango, Mheshimiwa Steve Mogaka, mbunge ambaye amechaguliwa na chama cha Jubilee. Mugirango minto njuga. Nto uko Girango na nto gire serikali. Njuga au kwani.
Hebu tuonyeshe rais wetu upendo wa Sabato. Happy Sabbath. Happy day. Na ile ya wanchani bori bwa kale. Wanchani bwa kale yeso bweka. Your Excellency, my President, the Chief Minister, my CS, my Chief Whip and fellow leaders. Majina yangu ni wakili Steve Mogaka kutoka eneo ya West Mugirango constituency huko Nyamira County. Pokea salamu za watu wetu wa Nyamira na upendo wao. Hebu pokea salamu zao. Your Excellency, on behalf of the people of Nyamira, after we met in State House and you gave us directions, I have preached and converted the ground. Hawafanyi maandamano tena. Mbwatsto akira abantu ba Nyamira chinkobi hawajafanya maandamano. Wameniambia na on behalf of Walter Nyambati, we were burying our auntie, we share an auntie, that's why he did not come here. And they sent me to ask you, Mr. President, the next time you come to South Mugirango, there is another Mugirango in Nyamira, combine us so that you kill two birds with one stone. Ya pili, nataka kukushukuru kwa ile appointments umepea watu wetu. Na wale wengine kuna kule utata kotini, sisi mawakili tutakaa, tuchape hiyo kesi, watu wetu warudi kazini. Ya mwisho, na kushukuru kwa hiyo Industrial and Aggregation Park. West Mugirango is one of the beneficiaries. Na kuomba mtukufu rais, we expedite the procurement process, karibu for groundbreaking. And through you, Your Excellency, may I thank and celebrate our CS of education, particularly for unlocking the Kuwait grant funding that is going to revolutionize the infrastructure of education in Nyamira County. Honorable CS, elder wa kanisa yetu, Mungu akubarikie, uendelee hivyo hivyo watu wetu wa. Ile nitatoka nayo, Your Excellency, ukifika Nairobi, naomba uamuru tu CS wa barabara. Nyamira haina barabara ya lami. In your kind heart, atupee tu ile kilomita kidogo, ukuje kuanzisha. May God bless you, Mr. President. May God bless Kenya, and may God bless all of us.
Mbiyamano Mugirango minto. Wacha tena nirudi Kisii County, nafanya hiyo kidogo, Nyamira Kisii, nialike Mheshimiwa Dan Manduku, Dr. Dan Manduku, mbunge wa Nyaribari Masaba, mbunge wa CS Machogu na rafiki yangu, na uwaambie nilikuleta kwa siasa.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Osoro, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Musalia Mudavadi, CS Education, Ezekiel Machogu, elected leaders, former Governor Ongwae, abantu babogirango tinara magoko, muno magoko boli. Oro kyo bongwana yo magoko. Abanginanga imole. Abaga kalende bichuli. Your Excellency, you've come to Kisii yet again. And as leaders from Kisii, we're here to welcome you. It's obvious that you love our people. And as the Bible says, you cannot just love by word or tongue, but you have loved our people by action. Your love is evidently seen because you've come here to launch many projects for the people of South Magrango. Your Excellency, how I wish that in the coming months you also visit other parts of Kisii, and specifically, Your Excellency, let me take this chance to welcome you to Nyanturago Stadium, Nyaribari Masava. We will combine with Zahir Janda, and we will have a similar event in the coming months. Abantu baminto manyete nje, onachetenga ngaeta chikura goromo inaria. Ngasira kaigo, lakini bono se nyomba tuli. Omingo na tabanga oyo konyoma nyoko se nani so. Bono rende. Igo mo ibura kwandre. Mwanyigure. Your Excellency, we support you in terms of development. Usikwe na wasiwasi. Watu wa Nyaribari ya juu na chini, Chache na Masava are behind you. And I have come out openly myself to say, instead of going with sufurias on our head, we should spend that time in our farms, in our businesses. And I have said again, we cannot destroy other people's property. Ndu akara manganayo. Sasa wanenu motaka manganayo. Momroyo soro mangaki momroje. Mbuyagoja. Mbuyagoja momroje. Omanya tega ari keratora ari Maria. Nawe goje to mbugate sia tuetie machiko. Lakini wana saka gosa. Ako anathe na musuri autogolera. Usoro kwanya ngororo musuri. Muno autogolire. Otu ateba nga wikatuma bugate si. Elinde akonyo mugako oyo tonyora magendro. Taribo gaki. Your Excellency, the last thing, uko na deni yangu 20 km Keroka Ivacho Kiamokama. Sina mambo mengine, Your Excellency. Abantu wami tumutegalebia. God bless you.
Mbiamono Mheshimiwa Manduku maetega ari bunge ntobugate cafeteria asitogo chitwaragira twali bokima twali chinsaga musuru norongo tokoro ndirogo cha nala akoro musuru togokana aragiro musuru omusuru bwokonywa tali omusuru bwechibesa abantu bamanyo omusuru bwokonywa. Haya, wacha sasa niende tena Nyamira County nikaribishe Mheshimiwa Jerusha Momanyi, Women Rep Nyamira County, aka Ntogoro. As she comes, Your Excellency, may I allow me to render the apology of Mheshimiwa Donya Doris, ambaye sasa hivi yuko USA on an official trip, na angekuwa pamoja na sisi lakini ameomba ruhusa ya kukosa leo. Asante.
Abantu baminto munateba igonkoro kwa Jerusa naende Ntogoro. Abakungu baramo koibora babo girango litanga nintagete ko bakera mpiya mono. Moibore to momurora o momurege sora gekoro. Nerogerire akobogorie president akomoe notice ya matukabere omoikibo giranga. Naba yamure. Naende mbiya mona sengenje gotabogorie suguria. Abakungu orabogorie suguria yo irani kamarago beta bwati kende. Abana baombagoke. Na basoroire timoira na se suguria na ndo ndaba genga gochia. Inuna bantara ya inte Jerusha Momanyi koruga ari Nyamira. Mheshimiwa Doris gakara America ne bintu byena akanya ko prepare lakini nje natoka igo na beira na nitageta bago gocha Nyamira moja mwezi. Your Excellency the President, tulikuwa tu tuna ongea kidogo na akina mama na wamesema today they are so happy to have you here and Your Excellency, I want to appreciate your coming here in this region of Kisii. We know how much you love us. I want to tell these people that I was in Jubilee. I was not in UDA. But when you won as our president, I said there is no day I will follow. People will tell me to go for maandamano. And I came, the whole of me, I am here, and the women of Nyamira, they have also said there is no day wataweka sufuria kwa kichwa halafu waende kwa barabara. Kwa hivyo, Your Excellency, feel most welcome here, and in Nyamira, my people are only asking for water. My women needs water. My women needs electricity. My women needs roads so that they can take their vegetables to the market. If you do for us that, Your Excellency, we have nothing. We will support you. We will follow you. I will never go back to Asmio. Even if they disown me, I know you are ready. And you have already welcomed me. Thank you, Your Excellency, and welcome.
Mongino yon tokora no muyore boli. Nande ekra okwane kegusia okwane eriogiria igoro buya sana. Injemenya na nyomba tingo kani ngomani gesongo. Geso kegusi ongomani gesongo na liora akwane ngora. Lakini na muyare. Mbia mono mheshimiwa. Your Excellency, tunakaribia kumalizia kwa waheshimiwa. Wacha sasa nimkaribishe mtoto wa pasta, Mheshimiwa Alpha Miruka, mbunge wa Bomachoge Borabu constituency. Omwana bo Morandi. Bomachoge chache, sorry.
Bono nyosuru tamati neiba. Igonto mo boga managaki. Bwana asifiwe. Korango iga. Bwana asifiwe sana. Your Excellency, I'm the only member of parliament who's proud to be a son of a pastor. Even the majority is asking me, I'm a son of a pastor. I'm a son of a pastor. But now, let me not go to politics. Me, I don't have a lot of words to say. Thank you for coming back. And thank you for rewarding us. Last time, we are the only 2 members of parliament from Gucha County. We have a county we are requesting you today called Gucha County. Kisii County is too big. It has 9 constituencies. We have drafted a small bill. I'll go to the ML. At least we divide Kisii County to have 2 counties. Gucha County having 4 constituencies, and the Kisii Central County having 5 constituencies. Your Excellency, another very important thing. Kisii is very productive. We are the only people who produce the entire Nyanza. For example, today, most officers here have come here to attend your function, but they pass through Kisumu. It's 2 hours from Kisumu to this place. We are requesting you, you are the son of this soil. As a Kisii nation, we love you very much. Give us 1 international airport in this constituency. Asakoro kunyamaya, erebuyago serebobe. Tinta que tiene macho timbo atibulimo. Eberaria bogirango. Ngamotoragagi. 2 requests. The third one is unfortunate. I was not the best friend of Governor Ongwae last term. Now in my term, he rejected Maogembo District Hospital. In fact, he built the other hospitals around the county. He never built Ogembo. That is true. I'm just requesting, but I told Mangi to put more effort. Ogembo is the oldest town, in the sense that we are blessing it to be the headquarters of Gucha County in future. Kuna hospitali hapo naomba tafadhali, naenda kukaa na minister, we get some funds, even World Bank, tujengewe hospitali ya Ogembo, iserve the new Gucha. Ngamotorega. The last one. Last time when we were struggling, this was the first stop. Ukafungua barabara kutoka Nyansembe mpaka Kenyenya. But imagine tukienda hivi, the contractor hajaimaliza mpaka Kenyenya. There is a section ameacha hapo. That project hajaipewa pesa. There is another long project yours. Ulifungua kanaitwa Omoringamu 75 kilometers. The Chinese is drugging. Call CS Mulkomen is a friend of mine. Nimeenda kwake hajaweka pesa. Naomba aweke pesa next time tukija ufungue barabara. Naomba tu. Now for the members of parliament, the next stop for the president is Bomachoge Church. Nyariba, you cannot think of coming there. Tulikuja juzi. Sasa tuko kwa Osoro. Next ni Machoge Church. Then twende Machoge Borabu. No, Manduku is very represented by the minister. The minister is coming. Manduku was in ODM. We have a representative from that constituency called the Minister for Education, a senior man called Machogu. Machogu, we respect you. And we will thank you for giving us that post. Otherwise, for those many remarks, akiti kamba bali swali. Osoro no mwano mbe, osoro mwano mbe. Amaene. Tigangondre so kabongo osoro mwano muya. Ke. Igo ati robo chumbo ko sali ko bagabana. Kuana mono akoreki. Ninjenga menere nu wete miaka ngomoroko mwisho mokari bunge lakini mwanje tu mwana muya. Toi wane ngaki ara abero bochumbe tumanocha kubange county ya Gucha buja kusema ngaki. Mwanje te president yetu Ruto kusema mwanje ti. Damburango koboko ni kwanje te Ruto. Thank you very much. Now God bless you.
Asante sana mwana bomo pastor. Aigabano wajakira mangane ebinde imotere ko ngaine ringo bogaba negera muire bintu byane byabagirango karate. Tigatore karakari ngocha bole lakini tiganda roserwe bintu byane. Wasema na wamedo wake. Bono your excellency kwa heshima pia sasa tukipanda tena juu sasa wacha nikaribishe treasurer wa chama cha UDA na pia ndiyo mbunge wa Kitutu Chache North Mheshimiwa Jafeth Nyakundi. Ya nonora igani ko bwete miaka ya tena.
Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa Prime Cabinet Secretary na wananchi wote tinanda bakwani gambia mole naende. God is good and all the time good, and that is nature. Wow. Litangani tiganda kiraba girango mbia mono asugo chaso bonge. Eria kabere Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi tunataka kukushukuru sana kwa kukuja eneo letu hapa Kisii na haswa kukuja hapa Etago. Tunajua umekuja hapa mara nyingi, lakini tunakushukuru sana kwa sababu leo umekuja kwa sababu ya kusaidia wamama wetu ambao walitupigia kura, ambao ndio hustlers wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Abangina mogogete kabisa. Lero mugambe oyongo tigare gento gaiga. Chibesa to chiere chiro. Togole chinyanya. Nechingeni. Mheshimiwa Rais, tunataka kukushukuru sana kwa sababu ya huu mradi ambao umeleta hapa kusaidia akina mama zetu. Hawa ndio walitusaidia na hawa ndio jamii ya kesho. Mheshimiwa Rais, ya pili ninataka kukushukuru kwa sababu ya Waziri Machogu ndio waziri wa education. Tunakushukuru sana kwa sababu ya kutupatia Waziri Machogu, anazidi kutuunganisha na anazidi kufanya kazi nzuri. Ya mwisho Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi kama wa Kisii mwezi wa March, mwezi wa 3 ulileta fertilizer ili wakulima waende shambani. Na hapa Kisii ninataka kukushukuru kwa sababu tulipata mbolea, lakini watu wa South Mogirango wanaomba ya kwamba hii mbolea iwe devolved ikuje hapa karibu na South Mogirango ndio iwe rahisi kupata mbolea. Na kwa sababu mwezi wa 3 tulienda shambani tukapanda mahindi na ile mbolea ambayo ulitupatia, sisi kama wa Kisii tulikataa, tukasema hatuwezi weka sufuria kwa kichwa. Ile kazi ambayo tutafanya ni kuenda shambani tupande mahindi, tupande maragwe ili tuweze kulisha Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na sisi tunataka kukuomba Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sababu sisi tulienda shambani na tumepata mahindi, sisi tusiambiwe tupunguze bei yetu ya mahindi, tuuze na ile bei ambayo tunataka. Wale ambao waliweka sufuria kwa kichwa, wacha hao wakule hiyo sufuria, sisi tukule mahindi. Gosenaki indundo kali chibando barabwadi sugulia babeleta matu batotige indutoni chibando cheito unatotagete. Gosenaki tigamba bodi abantu baminta banginaro abanginaro lero onyoro mbwana mambio monda ko tebinga gendo bogodi amache nonyare ngose ko ekako echinga kyo mogongora konga na inju ka kimo to chinga kina intu e president ye to mogongora konga na diara to etere chipara atoretere amache atoretere chibesa buna atoretere lero mbare nga banchire nga toyo moraisio ito William Ruto chinga kyato kolele gasi mbiamono sana. Nikimalizia, Mheshimiwa Rais, jana niliona Rais wa kitambo Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta akilia eti ya kwamba watu wamekuja kwake, kwa mtoto wake ati wamekuja kuangalia mabunduki. Sisi tunataka kumwambia Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, wewe unapatia mtoto wako bunduki to protect themselves, lakini umepatia watoto wetu mawe waingie kwa streets. Hawa watoto wetu ambao wako hapa leo, who will protect them? Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, wewe lazima umheshimu Mheshimiwa William Ruto. Huyu alikuwa deputy wako, lakini sasa yeye ndiyo commander in chief of the armed forces. Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa pia wako, lakini saizi yeye ndiyo naibu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Lazima umheshimu Mheshimiwa William Ruto. Ulimwangaisha, ulimshurutisha. Hii ni wakati wa kumheshimu William Ruto atufanyie kazi. Mbarenga wataete Ruto atokolele gasi, mbarenga wataete atokolele gasi. Mbiamono sana tikanya sawa saseni.
Ya kuachakire koyia. Oyire tayeti. Sasa Your Excellency, I think kwa wabunge nimemaliza. Utaniruhusu nizungumze maneno yangu mawili matatu alafu ni handover program kwa viongozi wengine. Ya kwanza, Your Excellency, na kushukuru kwa heshima kubwa. Uwanja huu ulikuja ukiwa naibu wa rais. Wakati huo ukija hakukuwa na security ya kukuchunga wakati huo, kwa sababu kidogo Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa amewachukua wote. Ukakuja hapa ukaomba kura na ukaniombea kura na wananchi wakanipigia kura. Na kwa hivyo nakushukuru sana kwa ile support ambayo ulinipatia. Ya pili, mbele ya watu wangu tunataka kukushukuru sana kwa kunipatia kiti kule bungeni, kiti cha Chief Whip wa National Assembly ya majority. Nakushukuru sana sana. Na as you can see, tumefanya kazi na Mheshimiwa Ishungwa bila kupoteza anything kule bungeni. Na saa zingine watu wananiangalia wanasema huyu anasema serikali haishindwi, lakini wanisamee kwa sababu mimi niko kazi yangu na ni ukweli, ikishindwa mimi ndio nimeshindwa. Na kwa hivyo lazima tupitishe vitu zote za serikali kwa sababu hiyo ndio kazi yetu. Lakini kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sababu sisi tumemaliza maneno ya kura, kuna maneno mbili tu nataka nikuombe ama tatu ya hii constituency yangu, na hawa wanangoja tu kuyasikia tu. Cha kwanza, wakati tulikuwa tuna campaign tuliahidi watu wetu ya kwamba, kwanza tunakushukuru wakati ulikuja hapa ulicommission hii barabara ya Nyansembe ikakuja Etago ikielekea hii side, na vile Mheshimiwa Alpha amesema contractor kidogo amekwama hapa katikati. Ninajua hiyo tunamaliza, lakini vile tunajua hiyo tunamaliza, kuna ingine inaitwa Etago Ekona Geteni Nyamaia. Hiyo barabara sio kilomita nyingi, it's about 12 kilometers. Your Excellency, tunaumia sana. Ile vumbi ambayo iko kwa hiyo barabara, hata mimi nilipita huko jana kidogo nikaona aibu. Tunaomba hiyo barabara iweze kuwekwa maneno ya tarmac. Your Excellency, pia kuna barabara zingine ambazo zinaendelea kidogo zimestall, kama ile ya Nduru kuelekea Nyabigena the other side, nayo imestall kidogo. Tunaomba kwamba wakati maneno itakuwa sawa tuweze kumalizana na contractor ndiye aweze kuendelea na hiyo barabara. Shule zetu zingine Your Excellency zilikuwa zinafanya vizuri sana, lakini sasa kwa sababu ya population, growing population, na nimeeleza waziri, sasa kidogo zimekuwa kidogo hazina infrastructure. Shule kama Mariwa Secondary School kutoka kule Maro, hiyo area Your Excellency, hiyo shule used to be the best, one of the best schools kwa hii area. Hiyo shule ikipata tu pesa, iongezewe tu pesa kidogo, improve on infrastructure, hiyo shule Your Excellency itakuwa shule mzuri sana, na tunaomba leo ikuwe namna hiyo. Your Excellency, pia kuna hii primary yetu ambayo tumepanda mti, mabati kidogo tumejaribu kubadilisha ndio tuweze kuinua infrastructure. Hiyo shule iko katikati ya town. Kutoka kwa ofisi ya CDF nimecommit karibu milioni kama 7 ya kutaka kuanzia tuweze kujenga gorofa ndio hii town yetu iweze kuonekana. Na kwa sababu kuna ile mradi ya wifi kwa hii market yetu, hiyo town itaonekana tukipandisha about 4-story building kwenda juu. Ninaomba pia Your Excellency uniongezee tu pesa kidogo, hata kama ni milioni 5 ama 10, ndio niweze kumaliza hiyo project wakati tunaianza next week, ndio gorofa ijengwe kwenda juu. Kuna pia shule zingine kama Tabaka Boys ambayo pia principal yuko hapa, watoto wake wanaumia sana kwa sababu infrastructure, pia tuweze kuongezewa hela. Pamoja na I think shule zingine 2-3 ambazo nitakueleza nikiketi. But Your Excellency, nikishamaliza maneno hiyo, pia nikukumbusha hii area ukitembea Your Excellency Kisii mzima, alafu tafute kama ni usiku, ukitembea ukiwa umekuwa blindfolded, alafu mtu akufungue macho, upate hakuna stima mahali na kuna giza, ujue uko South Mugirango. This is the only place. This is the only place. Na naweza kuambia hata mheshimiwa governor anajua. Hata wakati walikuwa wanapunish watu wa county, hata governor wa sahi, wakitaka kupunish watu wa county na transfer, wanamwambia wewe toe the line ama nikutume South Mugirango. Wewe behave namna hii ama nikutume Etago. Kwa sababu wanaona sisi tuko na giza. Sisi tuko na shida nyingi. Na sasa vile nimeingia serikali, kila mtu anaangalia, anataka kuona maendeleo ni yapi yatakuja hapa. Street lighting, Etago market. Mama wanauza mpaka saa 3 usiku na torch at this time Andera. Mochengo market, Ekona market. Nyama ya hadi saa hii hakuna hata moja street lighting. Mheshimiwa Ngwaya ulijaribu katuwekea ile moja ya sola, lakini kama ule contractor yako alikudanganya kukupatia zile fake, hiyo haki iliwaka siku mwezi 2-3 ikazima. Sasa tunaomba tuwekewe street lighting. Ama namna gani wananchi? Ndio iweze kukua kabisa all over na Nyamarambe market, so that we are able to grow our area. But sasa kwa sababu nimemaliza hiyo, nikuje sasa kidogo uniruhusu nizungumze ya siasa. Your Excellency, ni vizuri tuambiane ukweli. Mimi nimetembea na wewe miaka hii yote. Na kila mtu alikuwa ananiambia, wengine walikuwa wananiambia wewe Osoro chungana utauliwa. Unakaa sana na huyu jamaa hawezi chukua kiti. Your Excellency, uliteswa, nilikaa na wewe ukiteswa. Nilikaa na wewe ukifungiwa. Sometimes ulikuwa unaketi kwa ofisi, tunaangaliana unakaa hivi, au geuzi kichwa tunafikiria kama kwani ameenda. Tunakuguza hivi tunapata uko sawa Your Excellency. Because uliteswa kweli kweli, uliteswa. Na mimi nilikuwa na wewe. Wakati mwingine Your Excellency ulikuwa kule Bomas, ukawekwa nje. I was there with you. Ukaambiwa simama hapa nje. Mheshimiwa Raila akakuja na Uhuru Kenyatta akaingia. Askari wakakufanyia namna hii, mimi nikiangalia nikashtuka. Wanakublock. Wakaingia nani wakazungumza for 15 minutes. Umesimama huko nje unafanya namna hii, unashindwa uingie ndani uende. Sasa yani uliteswa kweli kweli, uliteseka. Mungu amekufukisha, umekuwa rais. Wale tu walikutesa wakati uko rais, tena wamekuja wanataka kukutesa ukiwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Wale ambao walikutesa wamenunulia watoto wao bunduki. Na unajua nyinyi wananchi hamjui, yule kijana wa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa sababu wao wako entitled to security, kwa boma yake kuna 100 guns zimewekwa kwa nyumba, na zote anasema hako na licenses. 100 of them ziko ndani ya nyumba. Askari hawajamuuliza kitu, wameenda kule, wamefika huko, hata wakaambiwa wasifunguliwe kuingia, bunduki ziko ndani, wakatoka. Wakasema sawa, kwa sababu tuko na heshima na hii familia, wacha tuende. Wamesummon kijana, hataki kuenda. Badala ya kuenda ndiye ajibu ulipata wapi licenses hizi zote, ameita baba yake. Baba yake amefika kwa TV, alikuwa rais tunamheshimu, lakini amekuja kidogo, akiwa hapo amechapa ile yake, amekuja macho ni red, alafu ameanza kukuja hapo, anaanza kusomea rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, anasahau huyu sasa sio naibu wake. Kuulizwa na askari maswali, kuna makosa gani? We are all equal. Askari wakikuja kwa Osoro hakuna shida, nitawaeleza kama hii niko na hii bunduki nimetoa namna hii. What is the mistake? Askari akienda kuuliza raia, wewe umetoa wapi bunduki, makosa ni gani? Lakini kwa sababu ameenda kuulizwa, mtu ametokea, amekuja, ameweka heshima yake chini, anasema wewe Ameanza kukusomea rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, anasomea naibu wako. Yeye amesahau vile anaongea kwa TV huku nyuma, yeye si rais sasa. Sasa sijui kwa nini anasahau, anakuprovoke. Na wakati vita inatokea hapa juzi, Your Excellency, ambulance ilipigwa mawe hapa. Mama mjamzito alikuwa anaenda hospitali, ambulance ikapigwa mawe, driver akatoroka. Vijana wakaendelea kupiga mawe hapa Kisii. Wakaendelea kupiga mawe, mama akakufa, akafariki. Hiyo vitu yote tunazungumza hapa, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta amepeana pesa. Amesukuma hiyo watu, upewa 200, endeni muandamane, muharibie huyu jamaa, ndio miaka 5 ishe, aonekane hajafanya kitu. Wakati maandamano inakuwa, ana fly out. Wakati imetulia, anakuja Kenya. Kwanza, Your Excellency, nyanganya huyo jamaa hiyo kazi umempea ya kwenda kutengeneza peace. Hakuna peace huyo anaweza tengeneza huko nje, kwa sababu ana heshima kwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hii Kisii, Your Excellency, siku ya kwanza tulipata kidogo maandamano hapa. Na wacha nikuambie Your Excellency, haikufanyika na watu wetu. Ni watu walitolewa kutoka sijui wapi, wakakuja wakamwagwa town. For the first time in the history of Kenya, umerelease pesa yote ya county governments. Yote. Kisii tumepata 12 billion shillings. Ilikuja 2 months ago, 12 billion. South Mogirango nimepata pesa ya CDF. Umerelease yote. Badala ya hiyo pesa kukuja, na isio Kisii peke yake, na hizo kaunti zingine zote, Nyamira na hizo zote za Kisumu, Siaya, 12 billion imekuja kwa counties. Badala governors wengine wa Azimio waende kulaunch projects za mashule, waende kufungua barabara, hiyo pesa uliwapea Your Excellency. Na mimi naomba EACC chunguze hiyo pesa inatumika kupea vijana 1,100 ama 500, ingia kwa barabara, muharibu town, ndio watu wakuwe confused, wasahau ya kwamba wamepewa 12 billion hizi counties kama hii yetu, 12 billion. So Your Excellency, sisi tunakuambia hivi, tunasimama na wewe. Usishtuliwe, na wewe ndio rais. Simama kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, amiri jeshi mkuu wa jeshi yote ya Kenya, mtu ambaye amekuwa uongozini, asijaribu kukutisha. Na sisi kama jamii ya Mkisii tutasimama na wewe kidete hadi mwisho. Gosema na bantu baminto. Bono muntu mnanje nkaranserete kirugo. Omuntu oche uri nabugete chikura, wiris no regana akwete gasi, oche ngano utaire komiga. Akia munda wakeri komokweri kwere kya garinche ngai karanserete kirugeke. Na kiumuntu hakurwa sakurukuru, aina yo karanserete kirugo. Hatyo kugusuka, akonye kugusuka. Ya mbane ngabanje to mongwano yongoro kyangasa kwa wali banje to mongwano. Mumwanje te mwenzipe. Kwa hayo machache Your Excellency, kwa heshima kubwa, niruhusu sasa nikaribishe Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wah ambaye ndio majority leader wa National Assembly, ambaye tunafanya kazi na yeye kule bungeni. Mwakere chinkovyo mu majority leader itongoyo chirega okoro Kimani Ichung'wah, karibu sana leader. Thank you very much.
Asante Mheshimiwa Osoro. Avanto vaminto va South Mogirango biamore. Najua Mheshimiwa Rais nikiwa hapa sababu Mheshimiwa Osoro sio tu chief whip wetu bunge, lakini ni ndugu yangu mdogo. Na huyu jamaa mlifanya vizuri sana kutuchagulia Osoro. Huyu ni mwanaume. Wale watu unasikia wa Azimio wakiona Osoro bunge, wote wanatorokea ya choo. Hakuna anaweza simama Osoro akiwa bunge. Na tunashukuru, na ndio tumekuja kujiunga na yeye siku ya kufanya kazi ya maendeleo. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, nimefurahi kutembea hapa South Mogirango tena na wewe. Na nimefurahi kuona viongozi hapa wote kutoka Nyamira hapa Kisii, kiwemo our former governor Ongwae, Waziri Machogu, wote wameamua kushikana wafanye kazi pamoja. Na hivyo ndio watu hupata maendeleo. Na nitawauliza kwa heshima viongozi wote wa Kisii, tuungane pamoja, tufanye kazi pamoja. Huyu rais mwenye ako hapa ni rais wa Wakenya wote. Wale walikuwa kwa kampeni yake, wale hawakuwa kwa kampeni yake, wote wenye wamejiunga wakaacha kazi ya kuvaa sufuria wakakuja kufanya kazi na yeye, wote ni watoto wake. Si ndio watu wa South Mogirango? Na tuendelee namna hiyo ili maendeleo ifike. Hiyo Osoro anasema ati ukitupwa gizani ujipate huko kwa giza, ujue huko South Mogirango. Hii itakaa kama city, sababu sasa serikali ni Osoro na Osoro ndiye serikali sasa. Kwa hiyo mimi sitaki niseme mengi, lakini jana Mheshimiwa Rais, nimeona viongozi wa makanisa pia wametoa taarifa nyingine, na tunawaheshimu viongozi wetu wa makanisa wakiwemo wale wa SUPKEM, na nataka nikubaliane na wao sababu wamekuwa wakisema tujadiliane, na wale wanatupa mawe tujue venye tutagawa serikali, ati watu watulie, na tuliwaambia hiyo hatuwezi fanya. Lakini jana wamesema vizuri, walituuliza turudie yale maridhiano ya bipartisan talks, and I want to confirm to you, Your Excellency, that under your leadership, those of us in Kenya Kwanza, in line with the call by our religious leaders, ya kuwa turudi kwa bipartisan talks with a single agenda of the reconstitution of IEBC. That I want to agree with our religious leaders, that we are ready to resume the bipartisan talks with that singular agenda of reconstituting our IEBC commission, ili tuweze kuendelea hata na zile by-elections ambazo constituencies zingine na wards hawana wakilishi because of the paralysis at IEBC. And I agree with our religious leaders. The other important thing they said yesterday, Your Excellency, was a call to the end to violence. Now, walituambia that violence cannot be a solution to the financial crisis that this nation is facing or any of the problems that we face as a country. They further called on us as leaders, all of us, those in government and those even in the opposition, to follow the law. And even those who demonstrate, they must follow the law, they must abide by our constitution, and allow the rule of law to prevail. And there again, Your Excellency, I want to agree with our church leaders and even those from SUPKEM that we all must be law-abiding citizens. And it does not matter what position you hold today, whether you are a president like yourself, whether you are a prime cabinet secretary or a cabinet secretary, or whether you are a member of parliament like myself, or even whether you are a former president. It does not matter. You must abide by the rule of law. Even your own children must live and abide by the rule of law. Your Excellency, Kenyans are astounded today that somebody is lecturing us because they do not want to be subjects to the rule of law. When you are a suspect of any crime, it does not matter who you are. It does not matter what office you served. It does not matter whose child you are. We are all equal under the law and under the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Kwa hivyo, wale niliona jana usiku wakitusomea ati sababu polisi wanataka kukagua manyumba zao, waambie hizo nyumba zao ni nyumba kama zile sisi tunaishi. Hao watoto wao ni watoto kama wale watoto wetu. And even their mothers, every one of us, we have our mothers. And you are lucky, you are fortunate and privileged that you can stand before us and tell us that your mother has been guarded for the last 50 years. Who has been guarding our mothers when you are looting our country dry? Who was protecting our mothers and our children? Na ni vizuri tuheshimiane, au sio watu wa Mugirango? Wewe usituambie ati vijana wako mtu ameweka mabunduki, sio bunduki moja, mabunduki, tens of guns kwa nyumba na zisiangaliwe ni gani. And I want to ask the Inspector General of Police and DCI, do not be threatened because somebody is coming to try and intimidate you when you are doing your work. Investigate those firearm holders, whether licensed or not. There are those with fake licenses. There are those with legitimate licenses. But there are also those with genuine licenses. But they are giving their firearms to criminals and criminal gangs to shoot at innocent Kenyans during demonstrations. Then you blame the police. Alafu polisi wakija kuchunguza wewe unaanza kutusomea ati you should be listening to the concerns of Kenyans. My friend, we listened to the concerns of Kenyans through economic forums that we even came to Kisii and all the 47 counties. We listened to the concerns of Kenyans when Kenyans told us that they are carrying a burden, a huge burden of debt because of state capture and the economy that you had driven to its knees. We are listening to the people of Kenya today who are telling us today here in South Mugirango that they are about to harvest their maize and get food, cheaper food on their tables, courtesy of the subsidized fertilizer that the government of Kenya and this Kenya Kwanza administration gave to our farmers in earlier this year. We are listening to the people of Kenya when our university students today are about to benefit from a new funding model that will ensure whether you are the son of a former president or a minister or the son of a hustler, you will be able to access higher education because the government of Kenya will finance your university education. We are listening, my friend. So don't lecture us to tell us to listen to the people of Kenya. It is you, when you are in power, because of impunity, because of state capture, because you thought you were a god that the people of Kenya should be worshipping, you had no temerity to listen to the people of Kenya. I want to tell you, my friend, today we have a government that is listening to the people of Kenya. The only thing, Your Excellency, I will tell you not to listen to. Usisikize hawa watu wa kukuambia ati watakutisha na maandamano, na wakifanya maandamano waweke wakora huko ndani, wapige watu, ati wanasponsor Mungiki na wanawapea pesa na bunduki wapige watu risasi ili wasingizie polisi wale watu wanapiga risasi. Rais, kaa ngumu nani? Kaa ngumu rais. Usiachie watu nafasi kuleta fujo kwa Kenya. Today you are the commander-in-chief. And being commander-in-chief, Your Excellency, means that millions of the Kenyan children today look up to you for protection. They look up to you to safeguard their lives and the property of their parents who are educating them. Anybody who is interfering with the livelihood and the lives of the Kenyan people, including our children and the millions of Kenyan children who look up to you, please deal with him. Whether you think you are so mighty, you think you are above the law. Hata huko Marekani rais nimeona Donald Trump mwenye alikuwa rais nimemuona kotini. Hapa Afrika tumeona Botswana former presidents in court. I want to encourage you, Your Excellency. Tuliambiwa wiki mbili ile Pandora Papers tutaambiwa pesa ilitoka wapi. Hiyo ndio pesa ya hawa wa Kenya ilibebwa, ikafurushwa, ikapelekwa nje ya Kenya. Kwa bunge hawa wabunge watakuambia some of the things being considered by parliamentary committees, Your Excellency. Massive looting in the wee hours of the last regime. Na hiyo pesa ndio sasa inatumika kuvuruga amani ati wakuuzie uoga. Hawa watu nafikiri walikuona South Mugirango ikiwa usiku. Wakuangalia sasa mchana hadharani waone wewe sio mtu ya kuuziwa uoga. Ama mnataka huyu rais wetu auziwe uoga? Kama hawakumuuzia wakiwa sijui nini na nini, watamuuzia saa hii? Wacha huyu rais. Mimi mwenyewe niliwaambia mimi huogopa Mungu peke yake, uji moto na stima. Hiyo stima Osoro anaongea. Siwezi ogopa binadamu. Sasa mtu asifikirie ati utasimama ututishe. Hatutatishika. If you engage in crime, don't dare us, and you don't need to dare any government or any government agency that to come for you. It is not up to you to tell government agencies when to come for you. They will come for you when it is time. Na usikuwe na haraka, tulia, kuwa mungwana, ujue sisi tuko na mama zetu pia, tunawaheshimu venye tunaheshimu mama yako. Tuko na watoto wetu, tunawaheshimu venye tutaheshimu watoto wako. lakini pia nyinyi mtuheshimu. Mujue siku 3 Nairobi, Your Excellency, for 3 days kuna watoto mamilioni hawakuenda shule sababu wewe umeweka wakora kwa barabara wazuie watoto wasiende shule. And I must thank you, Your Excellency, because when your intelligence services informed the Ministry of Education through CS Machogu, na huyu Machogu sababu ni mzee mungwana na anapenda watoto, wakati alipata information kuna watu wamepanga vile walienda pale Kangemi, mumeona wakirushiwa tear gas, wanashika wanarudishia polisi, wanashika tear gas wanatupa kwa shule ili atikuwe na kelele. Sasa wakaona tear gas haijatosha, wakapanga venye watapiga risasi watoto ya shule. They wanted to see bloodshed on school uniforms. I must thank CS Machogu and CS Kindiki for taking decisive action to close down our schools on Wednesday to save the children of Kenya. But those people who want to hurt our children, those people who are scheming against our children, then you start playing victim, seeking sympathy, telling us that your families are being targeted. Nobody is targeting your families. It is criminality. It is subversion of the rule of law that is being targeted. And whether you like it or not, you are not above the law. You might have thought yesterday you are above the law. Today you are not. You are a good citizen, and please remain good, being a good citizen. Na hatukuulizi, by the way, usupport hii serikali. Nilisikia mwingine akisema ati sijui is because I associate with who and who. You can associate with anybody you want to associate with. Hata ukitaka kuhama kwako uende uishi kwa nyumba yao, enda. Si ndio? Lakini usiseme ati unadhulumiwa sababu you are associating with other people. Nobody is interested with who you support. If anything, my friend, those you are associating with, you have not begun associating them with them today. You began associating with them in 2018 through the handshake. Na sisi tulikuachia amani. For 4 years, His Excellency the President here was a deputy president. Na sio kusema deputy president hakuwa na nguvu ya kufanya maandamano ama kuleta fujo, lakini alijua engagement is with the people of Kenya, and he engaged with the people of Kenya peacefully. And that is how the people of Kenya bought his agenda on the plan in the last elections. Tunakuuliza pia, sisi hata hatutaki support yako, wewe kaa na support yako na huyo mtu yako. Lakini tupe amani, we fix the mess that you left this country in. And we have a capable leader. We have a clear plan on how we will fix your mess. Kwa hayo mengi, naomba sasa kwa heshima nimkaribishe waziri ambaye ametusaidia sana mambo ya elimu. Huyu ndiye anahakikisha walimu wameajiriwa Kenya, amehakikisha shule zetu ziko na capitation, CBC yenye iliachwa msituni, huyu Machogu amefufua. Na hata university students huyu ndiye mwenye kutengeneza. Tumpigie makofi mheshimiwa CS Machogu.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the members of Parliament present here today, wakiongozwa na ndugu yangu Silvanus Osoro na Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wa na wananchi wote wa South Mugiranga, mjambo. Muko na furaha leo? Ebu onyesha kwa mikono. Your Excellency, nataka niseme mawili, lakini kama sijasema, ningetaka kueleza watu wetu na kuwaonyesha wale maafisa wa serikali wa ngazi ya juu ambaye wewe kwa miezi michache umeweza kuteua kwa serikali yako. Tafadhali Chairman HT iko hapo, ambaye amepewa kazi kubwa na Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Kijana wetu ambaye umoyo kure University ya Jaramogi Odinga, sasa yeye ndio mkubwa kure. Abantu ba South Mugiranga italia maya. Ayitariamaya. Mama kutoka hapa South Mugrango ambaye ni mmoja kutoka hapa, Lilian Mogendi ko wapi? NTSA tena yeye ndio mkubwa kule, amepewa kazi na Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Purity iko wapi? Fire kule Bomas of Kenya kutoka Bonchari amepewa kazi na Mheshimiwa Rais. Mama Bitutu, si mnajua mama? Mnamkumbuka mama? Mama alipewa kazi na Mheshimiwa Rais kure Lake Basin Kisumu kure. Sedekia Yenda Kenyari, Sedekia iko wapi? Amepewa kazi, yuko pamoja na sisi. Charles Matoke yake iko jikoni. Your Excellency, unajua mambo yake, kijana yetu ambaye tunaheshimu sana. Moses Ondaba iko hapa anafanya kazi kwa ofisi ya Rais kule Ikuru. Ni kijana wetu kutoka hapa wabidii sana. Kuna wengine wengi, Your Excellency, kwa sababu tangu uingie usukani zaidi ya Wakisii 20 kutoka Nyamira na kutoka hapa Kisii County wameweza kupata kazi kila sehemu ya serikali yako. Kuna Mheshimiwa Joas Maangi Emori asimame aonekane mmanyatia Mori. Mambo yake iko sawa. Katu Emori. Mambo yake iko sawa na yeye yake mnajua fire hiko CS na anatambulika sana na anaheshimika, amefanya kazi kubwa hapa Kisii pamoja na kwingine. Your Excellency, niseme mambo mawili peke yake. Ya kwanza, wewe umeonyesha wazi ya kwamba kweli unatupenda sisi wa Kisii. Kakio mosacho yatatu anjeti. Abangina iriria tango. Aba mrevi churinga ibire. Sisi, Your Excellency, kutoka Nyamira na kila sehemu ya Kisii, tumeona unatupenda. Kwa sababu hata wakati wewe mwenyewe ulikuwa naibu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, hakuna sehemu ya Kisii ambaye wewe kuweza kufika. Ile maendeleo ambayo iko Kisii, iwe ni ya barabara, iwe ni ya shule, iwe ni ya kina mama, iwe ni ya vijana wetu, iwe ni ya TVET institutions, wewe mwenyewe ndio ulianzisha, Your Excellency, na sisi shukrani yetu hiko kwako kwa sababu wewe kila wakati iko na sisi. Your Excellency, leo awa kina mama ile ambayo utafanya ni kitu ya maana, kwa sababu kina mama akipata kitu kidogo inafikia kwa kila mmoja wa jamii na familia. Itafika kwa watoto, itafika kwa wazee, hata masomo ya watoto wetu wakishapata, tuko na hakika ya kwamba itafika kwa watoto wetu. Kwa sababu nabangina moro chimbuya ga kitaje tikuto changera takora tibuya mugwanchache naendache ingine. Your Excellency, sisi kama jamii ya Wakisii tungetaka tuwahakikishie Wakisii wako kila pahari. Jana wakati tulikuwa na we Murang'a, kulikuwa na Wakisii wengi sana nilikuja kule. Wakati tulikuwa na Keyo Marakwet, siku ile wiki ingine Wakisii wamenua mashamba, wengine wanafanya biashara kule. Wakati nituma Nyandarua, wakati nimeenda Laikipia, wakati wiki ile ndienda Hembu, Wakisii wamejaa kule. Kama iko mtu ambaye anataka upendo na amani Kenya hii, kweli ni mtu anaitwa Mkisii. Kwa sababu sisi watu wetu wako kila sehemu ya Kenya hii. Kakimo takatutu aromarembe. Mimi tulikaa na washe kina Ungwae, kina Samu Nyamaya wako hapa, tukaketi na Osoro, Chafet Nyakundi, ndugu yangu Manduku, ndugu yangu Chanda, ndugu yangu Mogaka na wazee na wachumbe wa Kisii. Tunaomba msamaha. Iyare ambaye yalifanyika tarehe 7 utaweza kuyasikia tena. Kaki mtakeo ibikori bili naende. Mutakevi koribiria. Sisi ni watu wa amani na tutahakikisha ya kwamba pahali popote tuko, asa mji wetu mkuu ambaye sisi kama Wakisii tunajifunia Wakisii, tumeweka amani ya kutosha kwa sababu Your Excellency, lazima tukuonyeshe heshima kwa sababu ya upendo wako kwetu sisi Wakisii. Leo Your Excellency, tumesunguka kutoka Nyansiongo kule Nyamira tukiwa na His Excellency Maangi, tukiwa na His Excellency former Governor Ongwae. Watu wa Nyamira wako sawa, wakasema jambo. Tumekuja Kisii town, tumekaa pamoja na Bishop Mairura na fathers wote wa Catholic, na tena wametuma salamu wakasema Kisii iko gangari na tutaendelea kukupenda. Hivi majuzi abantu wa Minto ile nilitumwa hapa, si mimi nilijituma. Fira unaona naenda kila sehemu Kenya, His Excellency akinituma anakumbuka Wakisii. Alinituma Nduru, sura ambaye ni kama kilomita 5-10 kutoka hapa. Ile ambaye mliona nililete kure, ile nililete Kereri, Nyabururu na kwingineko, si kutoka kwangu. Inchenomo tumoyo ntumete ngakiakorokwa. Ngakiakorokwa. Gakia kara ntuma nkareta milioni 25 naenda asande ngonya gontomale. Igo moro chinga chiskuru jeito nko bachire. Moko mwakara chinkobi. Kwa hivyo Your Excellency, kwa hayo mengi sisi tuko nyuma yako na jamii ya Kisii. Tutaungana ndugu wote, hata kina Magara tunasema sisi lazima tutakuja pamoja. Mzee tunasaidiana sana, Msongwae, Mzee Jimmy Angwenyi, wase wote ambaye leo utawaona hapa ni kwa sababu ya muda, lakini wote watafika, tuko pamoja. Kwa hayo mengi nataka tumukaribishe Prime Cabinet Musalia Mudavadi. Mumesikia ile umeme yenyewe kutoka kule Ingo, tumukaribishe na makofi tafadhali.
Asante. Okay. Hey. Maajabu haya. Kuna dunia nzima hapa. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Waziri Machogu, mjumbe mwenyeji Osoro na viongozi wengine wote, wajumbe ambao wamenena hapa, wa kisiasa, wa kibiashara, wa kidini, Mirembe. Simutu alisema sisi na nyinyi ni kitu kimoja. Bas. Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi sitaongea kwa muda mrefu kwa sababu hawa jamaa wangependa kukusikiza wewe. Lakini nataka tu niseme mawili matatu. Kwanza, jamii ya Wakisii inaheshimika sana. Na yule ameshika bendera kwa serikali tunamwangalia Mheshimiwa Machogu, and I want to tell the people of Kisii that we have an excellent Minister for Education. He's very composed, very thorough, very meticulous, and very balanced in making sure that every part of the country gets a rightful share. Tunasema we have a good man. The President did not make a mistake in appointing him as the Education Secretary. Jambo langu la pili, I want to take our young politicians a little bit on an important journey. Our president won the election. No doubt about it. The ones who doubted went to the Supreme Court. Na kule kwa Supreme Court, they were defeated. He is the president. We want him to win in 2027. And this time, we do not want to leave any room for anybody to go to the Supreme Court. Kwa hivyo, mimi nawaomba, victory is in our hands, but we must grow the support base of President Ruto. We must bring in powerful people. Ongwae has a following. Magara has a following. And many others here have a following. We want those votes to be in the basket of William Samoei Ruto in 2027. So let us bring people together so that we broaden and grow his support base. Hiyo ni ombi langu kwa viongozi wa Kisii, tuvute hawa jamaa wakuje wasimame nyuma ya William Samoei Ruto. It is important. On politics, Your Excellency, impunity must end. Nobody is above the law. Impunity must end. Na mimi nataka niambie viongozi ambao wako hapa. Even when Uhuru was the president, hata kwangu, the police came to look for firearms. They even came and said, let me see whether you are properly licensed. Because I was not above the law. We all must respect the law. Na kile kinafanyika katika Kenya hii is because people have realized that Mheshimiwa William Ruto has put in place a plan that has now received international recognition. Ukipata kwamba IMF na World Bank na wengine wanasema we endorse this plan, it means he is on the right track for reviving the economy of this country. Sasa wale wanaona kwamba wivu umeingia. Sasa mbinu zao ni kujaribu kuleta fujo ili watoe macho na fikira za rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa mambo ya kufufua uchumi, aangalie kule kwengine. They want to distract a recovery process. We should not allow this to take root. Uhuru na serikali yake waliwacha madeni makubwa sana. Hawakuwacha nafasi ya mikopo nyingi kule nje. Sasa wewe unachochea watu wanaenda kotini wapi ati wafunge resources za serikali. Ladies and gentlemen, ukifunga resource ya serikali, sasa appropriation bill itakuwa namna gani? Baadaye unataka mshahara itoke wapi? Baadaye unataka pesa za kujenga barabara zitoke wapi? Baadaye unataka mshahara wa security agencies zitoke wapi? Kwa hivyo hawa jamaa, their time is past. And everybody must follow the law. And we have a responsibility to grow the economy. All of us. Including those who are part of putting us in the mess. The President of Kenya is William Samoei Ruto. He has the mandate of the people of Kenya. And nobody is above the law. Nobody. And impunity must end. And the person to lead us to the end of impunity is none other than William Samoei Ruto. We stand firmly with him. We work with him so that nobody thinks that they can move in any part of this country, destroy people's properties, maim other children, disrupt trade between Kenya, which is an artery for trade in the East African community. You try to block it. What do you want to achieve? What is your grudge with Uganda? What is your grudge with Tanzania? So that you are blocking the artery that is feeding those people in business. What is your grudge with DRC Congo? These are the messages and these are the things we need to ask our people and say it is not possible that we can grow our country through impunity. When you lose an election, go home. Wait for the next round and sell your agenda at that time. But don't make it look like that we owe it to you. How much blood do you want taken from Kenyan people? That is why I used the terminology political vampires. How much blood do you want spilt from the Kenyan people for you to be satisfied? It is time for all of us from every village, from here Itago to Mululu to Kapenguria, to say no. Enough is enough. Ndugu na dada, tusimame, tumkaribishe Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aje atuhutubie na atusaidie kwa mpango wa leo. Asante sana. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Hey, abantu bami ntombo ya more. Aya, tuketi. Waheshimiwa viongozi wote, ndugu wananchi, kina mama, wazee, vijana wa hapa South Mugirango, amjambo. Amjambo tena. Abantu bami ntombo ya more. Mbuya more naende. Mbuya more mwenzi. Nyasaye no muya. Chinga kichonzi. Hey. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hebu mnisalimie hivyo hewani nione. Hey. Yaani hii dunia yote imekuja. Hivi ndivyo mmejipanga. Naona mko chonjo sana. Wacha nichukue nafasi hii, ndugu zangu watu wa South Mugirango hapa Kisii. Nimshukuru Mungu sana kwa kutupatia nafasi tufike hapa. Pia niwashukuru. Ni mara yangu ya kwanza kufika hapa South Mugirango. Niwaambie watu wa South Mugirango, nilikuja hapa, nikaomba kura zenu, tukaomba na huyu muungwana wenu Silvanus, na sisi wote, nyinyi mkawa watu wangwana. Mkatupatia kura zenu, mkatuongezea maombi, Mungu akatubarikia, tukapata ushindi. Mimi nataka niseme asante sana watu wa South Mugirango. Sijui kama mmenisikia. Yaani nimesema asante sana watu wa South Mugirango. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie ya kwamba kwa sababu mmetusaidia tukaunda hii serikali pamoja, hii serikali itawafanyia kazi vile tutafanya kazi katika sehemu zingine zote za Kenya. Na nimekuja hapa leo salamu peke yake. Mimi nitarudi hapa sasa kwa ile maneno yenyewe. Si tulikubaliana tukimaliza uchaguzi kitendawili haitaanza. Tulisema kazi ndio itaendelea. Ama tulisemaje? Si namna hiyo. So leo mimi nimefika hapa, niliambia mjumbe wenu juzi ya kwamba nitapitia hapa, nilikuwa nimeenda shughuli ya maji kule Vihiga, nikasema nitapitia hapa nafasi kidogo niwasalimie, niwashukuru, na pia niwashukuru kwa kunipatia huyu shujaa. Anaitwa Silvanus Osoro. Huyu muungwana jameni ni mtu shujaa. Huyu mtu hawezi kununua uoga. Ni mtu amejipanga. Na tumempatia kazi kubwa ya kupanga bunge ya Kenya. Huyu chief whip. Mimi nataka niseme asante sana watu wa South Mugirango for electing this great Kenyan. Silvanus Osoro. Ile kazi yako naye, kalamu yake ndio inapanga hawa wabunge wote kwa makomiti. Huyu kalamu ya huyu mtu, si ndio? Msimuone ati ako na mwili kidogo. Hii watu wote wanapiga saluti kwake. Akisema unatoka hii komiti, unatoka za hiyo hiyo. Anasema umekosa komiti, kalamu yake ndio inaondoa watu. So huyu Silvanus Osoro tumemwamini, tumempatia kazi ya muhimu ya kutupangia agenda ya serikali katika bunge, na amefanya kazi ya kujitolea na kazi mzuri. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa South Mugirango, thank you very much for giving us a great Kenyan to serve in the Parliament of Kenya. Viongozi wengine wote, tuko na wabunge wa hapa Kisii ambao tulichaguliwa pamoja na wao. Tuko na wabunge wengine hata ingawaja hatukuchaguliwa na wao, wamekubali tuungane kwa sababu mambo ya siasa imekwisha. Sasa ni kupanga mambo ya wananchi. Na vile niliwaeleza ndugu zangu watu wa Kisii, na nataka nirudie, mimi niko tayari na deputy wangu na serikali tuko tayari kufanya kazi na viongozi wenu wote. Pengine tu wakatae. Tunaelewana? Wakikataa sasa mimi sina lingine, lakini mimi nataka tupangane kwa sababu nia yangu ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunataka maendeleo ya serikali ifike katika kila sehemu ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwemo hapa Kisii. Nawashukuru sana kwa sababu leo nimekuja hapa, na mimi nataka niwaeleze, niliwaambia wakati nilikuwa hapa ya kwamba tutakuwa na mpango maalum ya kusaidia wafanyabiashara wa hapa chini. Leo Osoro ameniambia kuna wamama wamejipanga katika vikundi. Mimi nataka niwaambie wamama, nitatoka hapa nikiwa nimewapanga. Ndio? Lakini mimi niliwaeleza tutaanzisha hazina ya Hustler Fund. Nyinyi watu wa Kisii ni watu wa mnajua kujipanga sana. Hapa Kisii watu ambao wamepata Hustler Fund ni 430,000. Wamechukua milioni 567. Na mimi naona watu wananiangalia hapa na kuna wengine hawajalipa, sasa ndio unaona wana. Msikuwe na wasiwasi, sawa sawa. 70%, in fact 69.5% ya watu hapa Kisii wanachukua hiyo pesa, wanalipa, wanachukua tena, wanalipa, wanachukua, iko tu 30% ambao kidogo wako namna hii, lakini nitakutana na nyinyi hapo mbele. Yaani mnafikiri ati mnaweza kuhepa? Mwezi nitawapanga hapo mbele. Sijui kama ninaelewana. Lakini tena tumepanga awamu ya pili, na mimi nataka kina mama ambao wako kwa vikundi na vijana, watu wa bodaboda na wale wengine wote wanisikize. Tumepanga tena awamu ya pili. Mkijiunga katika vikundi watu 10, watu 20, tumepanga tuwapatie pesa kati ya 20,000, 1,200 na vile vile mpaka ifike shilingi 1,000,000. So nyinyi mjipange vizuri. Nyinyi mnanisikia? Mjipange vizuri ndio tuwapatie pesa, kwa sababu nia yangu ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza akapata pesa ya kufanya biashara bila ya kuwa na title deed ama logbook, bila ya kujua chief ama assistant chief, hata mjumbe, hata rais, you don't have to know. Bora kundi yako imejipanga, tutawapatia pesa ya kufanya biashara. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Lakini bora tu uwe mtu mwenye umejipanga hapo. Sasa wewe, mimi nakuuliza mtu ya South Mugirango, sasa wewe unahepa na shilingi 500 na 20,000 na kungojea, si wewe umekosa mpango? Ukihepa na 500 na 20,000 umekosa, si wewe umejiharibia? Ama namna gani? Wewe jipange hapo namna hii pole. Sijui kama tunaelewana. So mimi nawauliza, leo tumefika hapa niwaeleze watu wa South Mugirango, watu wa Kisii County na wa Kenya wote ya kwamba the government of Kenya has a plan. We have deployed resources to make sure that ordinary people, ordinary hustles, people who run small businesses, can have access to credit between 20,000 shillings and 200,000 shillings per group, and that money you can access without collateral, without any security, without knowing anybody. Kwa mtandao tu, kwa simu. Vile wewe ulipata ile 500, sasa unaweza kupata 20,000. Wewe lipa ile 500 alafu jipange hapo. Bure utakuwa unajiangusha peke yako. Ama namna gani jameni, watu wa Kisii? Tunaelewana? Jambo la pili, tulikubaliana na nyinyi wakati nilikuja hapa mambo ya campaign, tulikuwa na shida kubwa ya elimu. Tulikuwa na matatizo ya CBC. Tulikuwa na matatizo karibu university yetu inafungwa. Mimi nataka niwaambie ya kwamba niliwaeleza, niliwaahidi ya kwamba tutatatua zile changamoto tulikuwa nazo kwa mambo ya CBC. Niliappoint kamati ambaye ilishughulika na hiyo maneno. Sasa tumetatua shida ya CBC, tuko na mwelekeo sawa sawa, tumepanga vizuri vile junior secondary school itakavyoendelea, na vile vile niliwaambia matatizo ya walimu, kwa sababu elimu ni kitu ya muhimu sana. Niliwaambia elimu kwa sababu ya muhimu, na kwa sababu elimu ndio inaleta usawa. Mtoto wa tajiri ama maskini wanasawazishwa na elimu. Mtoto wa mama mboga, bodaboda na rais wanakuwa sawa kwa sababu ya elimu. Na ndio sababu kwa mara ya kwanza, vile niliwaeleza na vile tuliandika katika manifesto yetu, tumeajiri in the last 8 months, tumeajiri walimu 56,000 katika taifa letu la Kenya. Walimu ambao hawajawahi kuajiriwa tangu dunia hii itengenezwe. We have hired a record 56,000 teachers this year. Kwa sababu tunataka watoto wetu wote wakienda shule wapate walimu na wapate elimu, because the greatest empowerment we can give to any society, to our children, is the empowerment through education. And that is why we must give every child an equal chance to be their best. Ya pili, tumekubaliana vile vile ya kwamba tukienda mbele, tunataka watoto wetu wote wapate nafasi sawa katika TVET, katika university. Na ndio tumesema tunabadilisha mfumo. Sio ile tulikuwa tunapatiana tu grant kwa university ama kwa college. Leo tumebadilisha, we assess every child. Na tumesema wale watoto ambao wanatoka jamii ambazo ziko chini, lazima tuwapatie scholarship 100%, wasome bila ya kuulizwa pesa yoyote. Nyinyi mnanielewa jameni? Na ndio tumeongeza maradufu pesa ya TVET from 5 billion to 10 billion. Tumeongeza pesa ambayo inaenda katika universities zetu from 44 billion mpaka 82 billion, because we want every child in Kenya wakienda university wakute masomo inaendelea, sio wanaenda university kwenda matembezi. Na tunataka tuhakikishe, because human capital, the people of Kenya are the greatest resource we have as a nation, and to sharpen that resource we do it through education. Tunaelewana? So hiyo mpango yote ya elimu tumetengeneza, tumekubaliana na vice chancellors, tumekubaliana na wale wanaendesha TVET, tumepanga vizuri, and we have already implemented that program. It is moving forward. Tulikubaliana na nyinyi vile vile kwa sababu tunataka kubadilisha taifa letu la Kenya. Tukasema lazima tushughulikie mambo ya chakula, kwa sababu kupunguza gharama ya maisha, sehemu kubwa ya gharama ya maisha ni gharama ya chakula. Na ndio tulisema njia ya kupunguza gharama ya chakula sio ati chakula inapatikana sokoni. Chakula haitoki sokoni, chakula inatoka shambani. Ama namna gani? Kwani unga inatoka kwa soko? Si unga inatoka shambani? Na kama unataka kutatua shida ya bei ya unga ama bei ya chakula ama gharama ya maisha, unaenda mahali inaanza. Na ndio tumeenda kwa wakulima. Tumepunguza gharama ya mbolea vile nimewaambia from 7,000 mpaka 3,500, na mimi najua nyinyi watu wa Kisii mnapanda mara 2, mkirudi shambani tena hamtalipa 3,500, nimepunguza tena ikuje 2,500. Na nimesema hiyo mbolea iletwe mpaka South Mugirango. Hatutaki ati inabakia kule, hatutaki ibakie kule Kisii town. Tunataka iletwe mpaka South Mugirango na ipelekwe katika kila constituency. Kwa hivyo wewe Osoro, kwenda tafuta waziri anaitwa Franklin Mithika Linturi, wewe unamjua, si ndio? Pangeni na yeye county government, kama county government wasipopanga, wewe upange, tuwe na store hapa, tulete mbolea ya watu wa South Mugirango ikuje hapa. Kwa sababu tunajua nyinyi ni watu wa bidii, mutazalisha chakula yote, mutaweka mambo ya kahawa, mutaweka, tutawapatia hata ya miwa, mutaweza kutumia, ndio tuweze kuongeza productivity, ili kila mmoja wetu aweze kuongeza mapato ya shamba yake, kama ni ya chai, kama ni ya kahawa, kama ni ya miwa, kama ni ya mahindi, kama ni ya ndizi, kama ni ya muhogo, hiyo yote tuweze kuzalisha chakula, ndio tuweze kuondoa aibu ya njaa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tunaelewana jameni? Na ndio nimewaambia hawa watu wengine wanatusumbua na maandamano na masufuria kwa kichwa. Hauwezi kupunguza gharama ya maisha, hauwezi kupunguza gharama ya unga ati kwa kuvaa sufuria kwa kichwa, ati na kupiganisha watu kwa maandamano. Hata kwa dawa, hata kwa uganga, hata kwa uchawi, bei ya unga haiwezi kupungua kwa kuweka sufuria kwa kichwa. Ama inaweza pungua? Hata uweke sufuria kwa kichwa sijui siku ngapi, pengine uwakishe moto kwa kichwa ndio kichwa yako hiyo. Unajua hii ni upuzi mingi sana. Sijui kama tunaelewana jameni. Tuko pamoja? Na ndio tumesema tunataka kutumia kilimo kuzalisha chakula, na vile vile kupanga pesa kwa mfuko ya wakulima wetu, na vile vile tupange through our county aggregation and industrial parks, tupange mambo ya storage, tupange cold rooms, tupange agro processing, tuongeze value addition, tuweke mpaka manufacturing, ndio tuhakikisha kwamba vijana wetu wanapata ajira, na vile vile tunapanga vile wakulima wanaweza kuongeza dhamana katika mazao yao, so that we can increase the incomes for our farmers. Vile vile mimi nataka niseme nikiwa hapa, mpango yetu ya 3 ama ya 4 ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunapanga ajira ya vijana. Vijana mko? Vijana wa South Mugirango mko? Mbona sikii sauti yenu? Nataka kusikia sauti ya vijana. Sikizeni. Makosa tumekuwa tukifanya katika taifa letu la Kenya for a long time. Tunapanga elimu ya vijana, primary, secondary, college, university, lakini hatuja kuwa na mpango kamili. Hawa watoto wakitoka shuleni wanaenda kufanya kitu gani? Ndio unaona watoto wengi wanatoka shuleni wanaenda wanahangaika. Ni kweli ama si kweli? This time round niliwaambia, mbali na kupanga vile tutasomesha watoto wetu, lazima tuwe na mpango maalum ya vile watapata ajira. Na ndio kwa sababu katika budget yetu hii tumeweka pesa ya mambo ya housing, kwa sababu tunataka kutumia housing kutengeneza ajira 1,000,000 Kenya. Vijana wa hapa South Mugirango, mimi nataka mnisikize vizuri. Hapa Kisii, kwanza nyinyi watu wa Kisii ndio mnahitaji housing kuliko sehemu nyingine yote ya Kenya, kwa sababu ardhi yenu imeanza kuwa ndogo. Mimi nataka niwaulize, hii ardhi ya eka 2, eka 3, eka 5 ikikatwa kwa vijana 4, 5, kutakuwa na mahali ya kuzalisha chakula kweli baada ya miaka 2, 3? Sisi tutakuwa tumepotea sisi wote. Ndio tunasema tunafanya housing so that tufanye land consolidation, badala ya kuishi kila mahali tuweze kuishi mahali moja, ili shamba ile imebaki tuweze kutumia kuzalisha chakula, kwa sababu wananchi wanaongezeka lakini ardhi haiongezeki. Lazima tuwe na mpango kamili how we are going to make sure that we eliminate land fragmentation that is threatening our food security initiatives, and we must make sure that we are working together. Kwa hivyo nyinyi wangwana wa Kisii, hizo nyumba ambazo tunataka kujenga hapa awamu ya kwanza, na mimi nitarudi hapa in the next 1 or 2 months, I'll be back in Kisii kuja kuanzisha program ya housing. Hapa tunataka kujenga nyumba 5,000 ya kwanza, na tunahitaji vijana karibu 30,000 wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Nyinyi vijana wa hapa Kisii mko tayari? South Mugirango mko tayari? Ama nyinyi ni wale wa kuchagua jembe? Si tulisema kazi ni kazi? Ya plumbing ikitokea si mtafanya? Ya electrician si mtafanya? Ya carpenter si mtafanya? Ya plumbing mtafanya? Ya mason mtafanya? Kazi yote imepatikana, nyinyi ni watu wa kuchagua kazi? Si kazi yote tutafanya? We must do it. Ya pili, tumepanga vile vile ajira, kwa sababu kwanza nyinyi watu wa Kisii wengi wenu mnajua kufanya kazi ng'ambo. Tumepanga a proper program vile tutahakikisha kwamba vijana wetu tunawaunganisha na nafasi ya ajira ambayo inapatikana Marekani, inapatikana Ulaya, inapatikana Ujerumani, inapatikana Canada, kwa sababu Wakenya wanajulikana kwa kuwa wafanyikazi wa kujitolea na bidii na ni waaminifu. Nyinyi mnanielewa jameni? Vile vile tumekubaliana every ward tunaweka ICT hub ili iwezekane pia kijana wa hapa South Mugirango awe yako hapa Etago, lakini kupitia mtandao anafanya kazi Marekani, anafanya kazi Ulaya, na ako tu hapa South Mugirango analipwa na dola. Tunaelewana jameni? We have a comprehensive plan on how we are going to engage our young people in employment, something that we have never done as a country, because we have always taken for granted that the young people will somehow find jobs. But we must be intentional. We must be deliberate on creating jobs and opportunities for work for the young people of the Republic of Kenya. Mnataka tuendelee na hiyo kazi jameni? Tuhakikisha kwamba tunapanga ajira ya hawa vijana. Na ndio mimi nataka niwaambie ya kwamba ndugu zetu watu wa hapa Kisii, tusikubali siasa ya kupiganishwa. Tusikubali siasa ya fujo na kupigana na kuharibu mali na kuharibu biashara. Mimi nawauliza tuungane, siasa imekwisha. Mimi nataka pia niwaulize viongozi wote wa taifa letu la Kenya. All of us who are leaders, we must be mindful about our country. We can compete, but we cannot sabotage Kenya. Kenya is greater and Kenya is our motherland. All of us, irrespective of our different viewpoints or political parties or political persuasions, we must never engage in activities that destroy property, that destroy life, that destroy business in Kenya. Because if we sabotage our economy, we have no other country to call home. Ni kweli ama si kweli? So mimi nauliza viongozi, hasa wale viongozi ambao hawa wanaopanga maandamano. Mimi nataka niwaulize jameni, nyinyi viongozi ambao mnapanga maandamano Kenya, watoto wenu hawako kwenye maandamano. Wazazi wenu hawako kwa maandamano. Familia zenu hawako kwenye maandamano. Pesa zenu tu ndio iko kwa maandamano. Sasa nyinyi mnatumia pesa kulipa watoto wa wengine. Watoto wenu kwa sababu mnawapenda, mmewatuma bunge, wengine mmewatuma Ulaya, wengine mmewatuma sijui biashara gani, alafu mnachukua watoto wa Wakenya wengine, mnawabebesha mawe, mnawabebesha sijui silaha, wanaenda kupigana na polisi, wanaharibu mali ya watu, wanaharibu biashara zetu, wanaharibu Kenya. Alafu nyinyi mnafikiri ya kwamba mtafata faida ya kisiasa. Mimi nataka niwaulize hawa viongozi, tafadhali, we must, whatever it is, whatever disagreements we have, we must always be responsible to know we have one nation called Kenya, and we cannot sabotage or destroy our nation. And the same way, you guys, vile nyinyi, the same way you guys are looking after your families, making sure that they are protected, making sure that they have jobs, making sure that they are members of parliament. I want to tell you, I too, I have a responsibility to protect the children of the rest of Kenyans. Si ni kweli jameni? Kama wao wako na, kwa sababu wanapenda familia zao, wanapenda watoto wao, wamewapatia kazi, wamewapatia sijui nini, pia na mimi lazima na niko na jukumu ya kulinda haki ya hawa watoto wa Wakenya wengine. Hawa mnawatuma waende wapigane mawe, waende wapigane na polisi, waende waharibu mali, waharibu dunia ya Kenya na wahujumu uchumi wetu. I have a responsibility to protect them. And therefore I want to say, na nawauliza vijana wa Kenya, wewe ukiambiwa ya kwamba uende upigane vita, huyo mwenye anakuambia uende upigane vita anakubebesha mawe, uliza yeye, wapi bibi yako kwanza? Wapi mtoto yako kwanza? Wakuje waongoze ndio wewe ufuate. Ama namna gani jameni? Tunaelewana watu wa Kisii? Tunaelewana watu wa Kisii? Hapo ndio tunataka tufikishane na hii maneno. So I want to ask fellow leaders, whatever it is that we are disagreeing about, you cannot engage in sabotaging the economy of the country. You cannot sabotage our motherland. You cannot destroy our country. Saa hizi hapa nimeambiwa na Osoro. Osoro amesema anataka tujenge barabara kutoka hapa Etago. Si ndio? Iende Ikona. Iende Geteni. Iende Nyamaiya. Si ndio? Hiyo barabara na tutajenga. Sasa huyo mgeni wa kutoka China ananiuliza, tunaona inapangwa ile barabara tumewasaidia kujenga, tunaona mnachoma. Sasa nyinyi bado mnataka tuendelee kujenga na nyinyi hizi barabara ama hamuzitaki? Kwa sababu tunaona mmechoma expressway, mmechoma barabara sijui wapi, mmechoma barabara sijui wapi. Na sasa mtu akikuuliza maswali kama hiyo utajibu namna gani? Mimi nitaenda kutafuta pesa ya kufanya hii kazi yote. Maswali mimi naulizwa, wewe unakuja kutafuta pesa ya kwenda kufanya mabarabara ambayo itachomwa na wakora. Sio ni maswali ngumu sana? So we must be responsible, you know, because we cannot be building infrastructure that is destroyed by hooligans and crooks and people who have been sponsored to go mayhem and anarchy in our country. And those behind sponsoring this mayhem, they should be ashamed of themselves and they should forget about what they are looking for. We want a peaceful nation. And we want a nation that we compete on ideas, not compete in violence. Ama namagani jameni? Tunasema ya kwamba uongozi haipatikani kwa mashindano ya vita, inapatikana kwa mashindano ya sera na kura. Na si tulipiga hiyo kura jameni tukamaliza? Ama hapa South Mugirango kuna yenye mulibakisha? Kuna yenye mulibakisha hati tutapiga baadaye? Si tulipiga moja tukamaliza? Ya MCA tulimaliza, ya bunge tulimaliza, senator tulimaliza, governor, ya rais mkamaliza. Ama namna gani? Uchaguzi sio hiyo peke yake, si uchaguzi iko ingine. Kwani wameambiwa hakutakuwa na uchaguzi tena Kenya? Si itakuwa 2027? Ama namna gani? Na nyinyi si mko area? Na nyinyi si ndio mafundi wa hiyo maneno? Si mtajua vile mtafanya 2020? Ama wamesikia ya kwamba mmesahau vile mtafanya? Si nyinyi mnajua vile mtafanya? Yule mtu amefanya kazi, mnajua vile mtafanyia yeye. Yule mtu amezembea na kupanga maandamano, mtamnyorosha vile mnajua vile mtamnyorosha. Ama ni aje watu wa hapa Kisii? So mimi nataka niwaambie ile kazi yote tumepanga na huyu muungwana wenu Osoro. Ameniuliza pia anataka mataa hapa Etago. Tutawapatia mataa. Hata Ikona tutawapatia mataa. Hata Nyamaiya tutawapatia mataa. Hata ulisema mocho? Mochengo. Nilisikia ukisema mochengo. Mochengo tutawapatia mataa. Si namna hiyo? Na wewe unajua mahali. Wewe sasa mtu mdosi namna hii bana wewe. Si unajua vile mahali ya kutoa hiyo mali yote? Huyu akisema wewe hata mawaziri wanakimbia sana kwa sababu huyu anaweza kuwapangia huko bunge mambo ikaharibika. So tutapanga namna hiyo kazi yote, tutashirikiana pamoja na nyinyi na nyinyi kama wananchi wa hapa. Mjue mimi nawapenda sana, tunawapenda sana. Leo siku kuja na deputy wangu nimemtuma, anaenda kazi ingine kule Rome ya kupanga vile tutazalisha chakula, na sisi wote ni team moja. Tunaelewana jameni? Mwisho kabisa, huyo Osoro ameniambia kuna kina mama wamejipanga. Si ndio? Na nyinyi kina mama si mmesikia? Niko na pesa nyingi kufanya biashara. Nyinyi tu mjipange. Mjipange namna hii, mimi nitawapanga. Sawa? Si mnajua mimi ni mtu ya mpango. So mjipange vizuri, lakini kwa sababu nimefika hapa leo, huyu mheshimiwa Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi ameniambia atawapatia shilingi milioni 1. Deputy President wangu amesema wewe Osoro, si unajua ofisi pale annex, uende uchukue milioni 2 ya Deputy President ya hawa kina mama. Na mimi nitakuajia shilingi milioni 5 ya hawa wa mama. Si ndio? Hiyo. Na isipotosha utaniambia. Si ndio? Tumeelewana jameni? Watu hapa Etago tumekubaliana. South Mugirango tumekubaliana. Ya mwisho pia huyu mjumbe wenu amenipitisha hapo kwa shule. Akaniambia hapo shuleni nahitaji maneno. Haya, ameniambia kuna shule nyingine inaitwa Mariwa. Ameniambia kuna shule nyingine inaitwa Tabaka. Ameniambia kuna shule nyingine inasema inaitwa Nyabigondo. Si ndio? Alafu kuna ingine moja nimesahau jina yake. Na ingine wewe Machogu. Sasa unajua huyu mtu ni mtu mkubwa sana huko kwa serikali yetu. Tafuta milioni 30 akuja apangie hiyo mashule huyu. Sawa. Huyo mjamaa atapanga, wewe Osoro utaandika hesabu, na isipotosha unarudi kwangu na kupanga. Si ndio? Si namna hiyo jameni? Ama nyinyi mnatakaje? Si namna hiyo? Si tupangane namna hiyo? Mjue jameni, mimi nawapenda sana, nawatakia baraka ya Mungu, na mimi siendi sana, nitarudi hapa tena kwa sababu mimi nataka tujenge msingi kamili. Watu wa Kisii wajue ya kwamba serikali hii ni serikali yao. Hawa viongozi wote, kina Ongwae wako hapa, kina Omingo Magara na wale wengine wote, watu, nimeona Sam Nyamoya yuko area hapa. Huyo kazi yake iko jikoni, wewe usisumbue mimi sana wewe. Huyo mtu amenikaza sana, hata I'm telling you I can't sleep. Huyo muungwana wetu huyo. Hawa watu wote mimi nasema tunataka tushirikiane, tufanye kazi pamoja. Tukifanya kazi na hao wazee wote iko makosa jameni? Si tushirikiane? Tulizeni boli. Si ndio? Unajua niko na vijana wengi hapa wako tamu yao inachemuka, saa zingine wanataka lakini pole. Si namna hiyo? Sisi tunataka tuunganishe watu wote ndio tuweze kutembea safari moja. Mimi nawashukuru hapa viongozi wa kutoka Jubilee. Jubilee ni chama yetu, sisi ndio tulitengeneza, tutashirikiana na wao kuendesha serikali. Na sisi wote ni ndugu moja jameni. We want to work together as a nation and build a united, prosperous Kenya. Asanteni sana watu wa hapa South Mugirango. Mungu awabariki. Nyasaye abaseseni. Asante.
External debt, while 4.366 was domestic debt. As at March 2023, that is in 6 months after Ruto took over, Kenya's debt rose from 8.701 trillion to 9.390 trillion. Our debt rose by 689 billion shillings in 6 months under Ruto. Since 1989. External debt, which stood at 4.33 trillion in September of 2022, rose to Kenya shillings 4.851 trillion in March this year. Domestic debt rose from 4.36 trillion in September 2022 to 4.539 in March 2023. We can go further back to the year 2021. Between September 2021 to March 2022, that a comparable period, our debt rose by 405 billion, from 7.96 trillion to 8.401 trillion. external debt was at 4.209 trillion, while domestic debt stood at 4.192 trillion. This was the time Kenya was struggling with the impacts of COVID-19, including implementation of subsidies and the emerging war in Ukraine. But our total debt was still lower than what Ruto has incurred in 6 months' time. Kenya Kwanza has borrowed more than any other regime. They have removed subsidies, raised taxes, but the cash crunch has continued. They cannot pay salaries. They cannot disburse money to schools. They cannot disburse money to counties. They cannot disburse money to the elderly. They cannot finance the National Hospital Insurance Fund. And nearly all major infrastructure projects have stalled. Where is the money going? It is being stolen and being spent on wrong priorities to massage Ruto's ego. And that is not all. Quietly, Ruto is trying to change the country's debt ceiling from the current absolute number of Kenya shilling 10 trillion to a moving number of 55% of GDP. And right now they are trying to bring amendment in Parliament that will remove the parliamentary authority to sanction increase of debt. The debt level is already 60% of the GDP. To beat that violation of the law, Ruto wants to force an amendment to the Public Finance Act to allow the National Treasury and not Parliament to set new debt ceiling. Which is why we are calling on Kenyans to reject excess taxation to finance wasteful expenditure. It is urgent that we bring Ruto back to earth because he lives on another planet. As this bill heads to the National Assembly, we must remind Ruto that excessive taxation is stifling growth. We must tell Ruto that when people have to park cars at home because of cost of fuel, it is bad for the economy. We must tell him that when Kenyans postpone traveling up country because they can't afford fuel or fare, it is bad for the economy. We must tell him that when people choose to stay indoors because they want to spend less on expensive goods, it is bad for the economy. And you must tell him that these things are happening now here in this country. Rather than burden Kenyans, we want Ruto to undertake the following. 1. Stop duplication of county roles and responsibilities. In the proposed bill, budget for health is growing by 35 billion shillings at the national level, yet health is a devolved function. 2. Adopt a zero-based budgeting. Don't take the previous budget as the baseline. Every budget must start at ground zero, where everything has to be justified. 3. Don't grow the size of the budget. Cut it down and live within your means. 4. Instead of imposing new taxes, see the loopholes that lead to the loss of revenue. 5. Stop non-essential government expenditures, including the appointment of the chief administrative secretaries. 6. Reduce the size of government. 7. Cut non-essential domestic and international travel. 8. Freeze ministerial out-of-station allowances, ministerial house allowances, and domestic allowances for cabinet and principal secretaries. 9, stop corruption and theft of public funds. 10, finally, we ask Ruto to humble himself, withdraw this bill, offer apology, and seek forgiveness from Kenyans for the anxiety caused then and begin afresh. The one point I wanted to mention, that the budget for the parliament is 41 billion shillings. That of the judiciary is 23 billion shillings. But the budget for housing, which is talking about as his flagship project, is 29 billion. Parliament, with only 400 or so many members, it allocated 43 billion shillings for members to be globe-trotting around. Yet housing, which is saying is fundamental to his budget, is only allocating 29 billion shillings, less than what is given to members of parliament, almost equal to what is given to the judiciary. Is economics upside down. You have noted that the regime has run out of sound bites and explanations for these proposals and has resorted to threats. But we have agreed with our MPs on what to do. Vote against any tax rises. Should Ruto overrun the National Assembly, we will regroup and overrun him in the wider National Assembly of the whole people of Kenya. End of statement. So, we welcome Madam Martha Karua, who just joined. I would now like to invite the chair of the Mio Council, Honorable Nderitu Murithi, to take over from here. Welcome.
Yep. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, Your Excellency Martha Karua, party leaders, honorable members of Parliament for the state, ladies and gentlemen. But I think we should have applauded the Honorable Odinga for a fantastic speech. Thank you. So my colleagues and I will simply point you to, if you will, specific clauses, because the Honorable Raila Odinga has already given to you the broad strokes and highlights of what is going on. So we'll just go into it, and we'll share the presentation with my colleagues. And at the very end, there will be an opportunity for members of the Fourth Estate to ask questions. Now, well, look, I know some other commentators will say, how do you finance, development that you do have to tax? It is true. I mean, budget is an expenditure, and then you finance it through taxation measures and through borrowing. The difficulty, of course, is that if you tax your economy beyond what is practical, then actually it collapses. If you borrow beyond what your means or what you should borrow, your economy similarly collapses. So we'll just take you clause by clause on what these taxation measures are and explain briefly what the impact of each is. As you've all know, the bill is or looks at 5 broad areas: income tax, withholding tax, value-added tax, excise duties, and miscellaneous fees and levies. Now, it's important to remember that income tax is supposed to be a tax on income, and we'll come back to this point briefly. So let me start with turnover tax. So clauses 9, clause 24B propose to increase turnover tax from 1% to 3%, and also bring down the threshold from which you start to pay. And the threshold comes down to 1,370 shillings. Basically, if you have a kiosk around the corner selling tea and mandazi, if you sell 1,370 shillings per day, then you pay 3% of that. You can also think about it. I know many of people in the city take a taxi, like Uber or Bolt or Rittle or whatever. This is 2 taxi rides. If you take a taxi from here to there for 500 shillings on his return or her return journey, then she'll probably already begin to pay tax. The point about turnover tax is that you are taxing the top line. You are taxing somebody whether they make a profit or not. And really, we should be looking at taxing income, not overall revenue. Clause 5 of the bill proposes to tax employee share ownership programs. If you have a small business and you want your staff to get committed to the business and you offer them some few shares, and this is a common practice with Kenyan small businesses, so that they are motivated to work even harder. Now, this will attract 30% because it's considered part of your compensation. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that dividends are already themselves taxed in addition to capital gains. So this will end up being a triple taxation. And you will see in the bill that the valuation, determining what is the value of these shares that this small business has provided to the employees, is up. The determination is up to the commissioner, which therefore leaves room for abuse. The bill also proposes to tax at clause 24 to increase the rate of tax from 30 to 35% for those who earn 500,000 or more, so-called high earners. In most jurisdictions in the world, corporation tax is either higher or at the same level as personal tax. So it's not in many places where you will find that the employee is taxed at a higher level than the organization that they work for. But this is what is proposed at clause 24, moving from 30 to 35%. Clause 5 targets per diems for public officers. So per diems, travel allowance, mileage will now be taxed at 30%. And now what we want to point out here, per diem is not an income. You pay or you provide it to an employee so that they might go to Mombasa or to Kisumu or Nyandarua or Machakos for work. So you cannot treat it as though it's an income and then tax it. We are quite certain this is going to affect motivation and morale and disadvantages public sector workers a great deal. I want to talk briefly about withholding tax. Now, the current level of withholding tax for professionals, if you are an architect, an engineer, a consultant in economics and so on, is 5%. So that when, as a professional, when you work for an organization or an individual and they are paying you, they withhold 5% and remit it to the tax authorities. The proposal is to tax content creators at 15%, and you will see this in clause 2 of the bill. Now, this is, of course, quite discriminatory. Now, and you have to remember who are content creators. They are most likely young people using ICT, and the proposal is to tax them or to withhold at 15% as compared to 5% for everybody else. So it's quite discriminative, and we think it's going to discourage instead of encouraging the digital economy, and obviously has a negative impact on young people. Clause 10 and Clause 24 propose to tax digital assets. Digital assets, cryptocurrency or non-fungible tokens. But let's talk about cryptocurrency like bitcoins. And the way you can think about it is the same way you think about dollars or euros. You have businesses that are called forex bureaus that buy and trade currency. You don't tax them for the volume that they have sold. Instead, you check whether they have made a profit and you tax the profit. What is being proposed at Clause 10 is to tax the bitcoins at 3%. So you are taxing the person whether they have made a loss or not, which we should not be doing. I think, well, maybe I shouldn't say that, but I suspect some people, yourselves here for the state in communications, perhaps you moonlight in DJing services and so on. So you will not escape if this bill passes. Clause 24 proposes to tax promotional services at 5%. So, for instance, if you went to an event like this and you are, providing the service of being the master of ceremony, and then you're paid some little token, then that token is going to be charged at 5% withholding tax, and you will find this at Clause 24 of this bill. The advance tax at Clause 24, and the proposal, of course, is to increase this advance tax on saloon vehicles, on buses and minivans and trucks and so on. And the Prime Minister has walked you through this. The impact, of course, is what we are explaining. If this proposal passes, a normal truck will now be paying 60,000 instead of 20,000, and this obviously is going to affect all goods because all goods are based on transportation services. Reflect on, again, the people who do, who offer taxi rides on various ride-hailing services. Those vehicles that are then used for this purpose they will be now paying 5,000, which is about double what they are paying now. And I want to encourage my colleague, the Honorable Bandi, to come up and help me with the balance of this presentation. And as I said at the end of the presentation, we will welcome Q&A. Now, Clause 17 redefines, please come. Clause 17 redefines entities, including social welfare organizations, chamas, clubs, and so on. And what the clause is trying to say is anything you get beyond subscriptions will be considered business income. So now in your, and as the Prime Minister has explained, around the country, in every village, women, men, young people organize themselves in chamas and merry-go-rounds. And the effect of this clause is to consider whatever proceeds they receive as income. Anything above subscription, and therefore subject to taxation at the normal 30%, which is the rate of income tax. You can see that this is obviously going to discourage savings amongst women, amongst youth groups, amongst anybody really who is in this circumstance. The last one, so that I invite Honorable Badi, is capital gains tax. Clause 26 proposes to introduce, in fact, not enhance, capital gains tax based on property if you put that property in a business. So when two partners get together and they start a business and you put your assets into that business, obviously the balance sheet of that business goes up. The value inside that business goes up. And the proposal at clause 26 is to tax it, to tax that incremental. I can see Professor Naituli is looking at me. Let me re-explain. What I'm saying, Professor, is like this. If Professor and Mheshimiwa Wajakoya decide to start a business and you each put an asset in that business, obviously the balance sheet of that new business goes up by the value of the assets you've put in there. The proposal is that if that value is more than 20%, it should be taxed, which I can see the Honorable Kioni is looking at me. These are not my proposals, Honorable Kioni. This is what is contained in the finance bill at clause 26. So do not throw your cap at Badi and I. It is a bit outlandish. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to invite my colleague, Honorable Bandi. Please proceed. You'll use that one.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. At times, I know when people start engaging on issues, finances, sometimes we find it boring. I'll try to make it a little bit more interesting. What actually Honorable Nderitu was saying on capital gains tax is, if today, Honorable Kioni, together with your wife, you enter into a partnership and you're running your partnership and you decide that you want to give some of your assets, including your house or building, for that business, then of course the total balance sheet of the business will go up. And if that increase is more than 20%, the Ruto government is telling us that that must now be taxed. So that is a simple explanation of that. But I want to now focus more on VAT. Kenyans have just been talking about one aspect or one particular amendment to the VAT Act, and that is the amendment that is touching on fuel and petroleum products, which is found under Clause 28. Yes, the proposal is to increase that from the current 8% to 16%, something that we defeated a few months ago. And now, if that happens, obviously, then the cost of transportation in this country will be high, whether it is individual transportation or private transportation or transportation of produce, agricultural produce to the market, it will increase. That will definitely increase the cost of basic commodities. It will also affect the cost of construction. And that is where we find the disconnect between Ruto's policies. In one way or the other, they are talking of affordable housing. In another, they are taking away that by making the cost of construction very expensive, because there will be transportation of materials to the various construction sites. But that is not the end. If you go to Clause 30 of the bill, Clause 30 of the bill is the one that the Prime Minister talked about, the insurance compensation. Yesterday, I watched my colleagues struggling to mislead Kenyans, the chair of the Finance Committee, trying to say that this one is only touching on those supplies where input VAT had been paid, and now there is an accident, maybe fire has burnt the business, and so you are being compensated, and so you could claim input tax twice. You know, interestingly, I want us to engage our minds to this. First, this MP was trying to think the law, but not what is in this bill. What he was saying is thinking the law. The truth is, for you to be refunded input tax in this country, you must have sold the commodity. So before it is sold, you cannot be refunded input tax. So something that is burnt has not been sold. And there is no insurance company which will compensate you at the selling price. They will compensate you at the cost at which you acquired the commodity. So what he was telling us was simply playing with our psychology. What is provided in this bill is that if you get compensation, that compensation will be taxed at 16%. That is the truth. And that no one can run away from that. I want to go straight to Clause 33, which is proposing a number of amendments. And I will start, interestingly, ladies and gentlemen, Ruto has been telling Kenyans that why don't you praise me for the 20 items that have now exempted. But most of those items that he's talking about were actually zero-rated. Presently, they are zero-rated. Now, they are being moved from zero rating to exempt. And you are telling us we should clap for you. Unless these people have not really fully briefed President Ruto, I think he has not been properly briefed. For those who may not know, or those who don't understand the difference between exempt and zero rating, the simple explanation I would give you is that exempt commodities zero-rated commodities are cheaper because you are allowed to claim input tax. In exempt, you cannot charge VAT, but any VAT that you paid on what went into adding value to that commodity is claimable. In exempt, it is not. I want to give a very simple example. The table in front of you. If that table is exempt from tax, VAT, what it means is if you are selling the table, you will not charge VAT. But any VAT that you paid on wood or timber that was used to make the table, nails, glue, all that is still subject to VAT. You will not claim that tax. But if it is zero-rated, apart from charging zero tax when you are selling the table, you will be allowed to claim any tax that you paid for the nails, for the wood, for the glue, and anything that went into the manufacture of the table. Therefore, what I'm saying in a nutshell is a zero-rated commodity is cheaper than an exempt commodity. What Ruto is doing is transferring many of those items from zero rating to exempt. And you can find that under clause 33. You read it together with the original act. That is a problem that I find with the Kenya Kwanza leadership. They are reading the act without the bill without the act. So if they are told that pharmaceuticals, for example, are now exempt, they celebrate, they start clapping, not knowing that pharmaceutical products are currently zero rated. And I will mention now what some of those items. One is the maize flour, another is the cassava flour, wheat flour. And we are asking, what is the problem with Kenya Kwanza with unga? They just want to make unga expensive to this country. Are they discouraging us from eating ugali? Or they should tell us. If they don't want us to eat ugali, they should say so. The other item that was initially zero rated, now is going to be exempt, is under clause 33, pharmaceutical products, more particularly insulin. I think the Prime Minister talked about it. Now treating diabetes will be more expensive. Hypertension, and many of us, and the stress that we are going through as a nation, a higher percentage will go through hypertension than experienced previously. Now is the time to make treatment of hypertension should even be more cheaper. The agricultural sector, fertilizer, and you know I was in a studio this morning with the deputy leader of majority, and he was saying that agricultural products like fertilizer are going to be cheaper because the fertilizer and the fertilizer manufacturing raw materials will now be exempt. I was telling him, you know, you are just showing your ignorance to the people of Kenya. Do you know presently it is zero rated? And now you are taking it to exempt. And you want to cheat Kenyans out there that you are making the cost of agricultural product, agricultural sector, the input for farming, cheaper. You are subsidizing fertilizer, but you are making it more expensive. Construction of materials for tourism sector and recreational facilities are now going to be vatable. They are not presently. Eco-friendly cooking gas is now going to be vatable. Construction of specialized hospitals. In fact, I met a bishop as I was walking out of the studio. He was going to talk about cancer, and he asked me, what should I say? I said, you go and tell Kenyans that we are suffering as a nation. We can't treat cancer because we don't have specialized hospitals. If we get investors who are ready to invest in specialized hospital to treat cancer and such ailments, presently the materials they use in construction of the hospital facilities would be zero rated. What Ruto is telling you, that must stop, because we don't need to again subsidize or support agricultural products. I want to proceed very quickly because I know time is not on our side. Honorable Nderito has talked about it. If you are doing all this, one would expect you, then you're taxing the poor like this, that you tax then everybody. But those who are able to afford helicopters, and we are not very many in this country, that one you help by reducing or removing them or exempting them from paying VAT. Let me go to excise duty. Mobile money transfer. We are aware and we know that most Kenyans, especially small traders, the most used mode of transacting is mobile money transfer. I am sure almost all of us here have sent money this morning. Why is Kenya Kwanza government increasing excise duty on mobile money transfer from 12% to 15%, but reducing bank transfer charges or excise duty on bank transfer? What is the rationale? Where is the priority? Who do we think about? Who do we consider? Is it the common person or the elite? The beauty supplies, I think the Prime Minister has exhausted that. I don't want to go to that. But we all know what that means. On imported cement, the issue we have, fine, you can protect. There is excise duty of 10%. You can protect the local economy. But there should be harmony in government policies. If you have set in providing houses, it is imagined that the construction of houses is going to be on upward rise. Therefore, you must make raw materials cheap. This is not the time to interfere with duty on cement, because you are going to make cost of construction more expensive. Why don't we start? Then we see our local demand. If the local demand is not so high that we don't need to import cement, then we can go ahead. This is not the end. This is not the last finance bill. Every year we will have finance bills until Jesus comes. This country will have, as long as it exists as a country, we will have finance bill. Let me quickly, I don't want to go to others. I think we have given you, unless there are more questions. I wanted just to talk about two more things. Something that Prime Minister has touched on. You know, as we were very busy, they call it noise, with this noise around finance bill, they have cheekily introduced another small bill here, an amendment to PFM Act. And what they are doing, and I want to agree with the Prime Minister, you know, first, they are now changing the system of setting the debt ceilings from the absolute number, which is 10 trillion now, to what we may call pegging it on GDP. And they are saying 55% of GDP. That is the proposal. But they already know presently that already our debt stock is at 60% of GDP. And they know it will not make sense because you are putting it at 55, it's already at 60. So they have come up with an amendment. And this is Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2023. This is the amendment, and I want to read it. They say Section 50 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting the words "a limit" and substituting therefore the word "set threshold." So they are replacing limit with threshold. That I would leave to lawyers like His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka to interpret the difference between limit and threshold. To me, probably it is the same. But then, the worst bit is by inciting the following proviso at the end of the sentence. That, and listen to that, provided that if at any time the Cabinet Secretary is unable to maintain the public debt threshold as required under this subsection, or the regulation made thereunder, the Cabinet Secretary shall submit a written report to Parliament explaining the cause of the breach on the threshold and provide a time bound for a remedial plan. How do you explain breach of law? How do you explain breach of law? And it is saying that the Cabinet Secretary will only submit a report. He's not even seeking approval of the National Assembly. I don't know whether there is any democracy in the world where debt ceiling is set by executive alone. So these guys are running away from accountability. They want to I think they just want to destroy the economy of this country. Otherwise, they would not bring such amendment to the floor of the House. Otherwise, Chairman, thank you so much.
Well done. Two other big items. DG Karo Karogo on the housing levy, the tax tribunal, and my colleague and I will speak about the general impacts. Two things to keep in mind about this cheeky amendment to the PFM. Look, there are some things that are presented that are a mirage. One of them is this idea that, debt to GDP and taxation to GDP. We know that some of our external friends say that we should move tax to GDP from 17% to 22%. It's a mirage because you are not taking into account the composition of the GDP. So it's an okay idea to give you a general reference, but you cannot be dogmatic about it. If GDP is in large measure from public expenditure, then you cannot insist on that ratio going up to 22%. And we should encourage everybody to reflect a bit more and not just to parrot what is being said by external forces. The same point about this debt being a percentage of GDP as opposed to an absolute ceiling. The difficulty with it is that because the GDP is growing in large measure because of public expenditure, you are presuming like you can either tax that public expenditure and you cannot. So, and when you analyze it, we hope that you, for the state, explain to Kenyans the meanings of these things so that our colleagues stop taking Kenyans for a ride. Honorable Karo Karugu.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will head on to an issue that has been canvassed. Just last night, out of 4 hours, I think we spoke about the housing levy for a good 2 hours, 13 minutes, and I was counting. It has been reported, misreported, and I think we are not addressing what is the key issue. And I do not think Ruto also knows what the key problem is with this. What we think is happening around the housing levy is that Ruto has friends somewhere. He has assured them you will be investors and you'll have tenders and you will come and provide us with sockets and wires. And so the deal is done and now they're doing the backward cleaning. Because essentially if you ask yourself with the housing levy, what problem are we curing? Are we curing the problem of unemployment? Are we curing the problem of housing? Or is it a problem of income like most of us, those of us in the finance and economics field believe? What is the point of building somebody a house and that person cannot feed themselves? Even if, and we argue, even if these people are built for houses, they will live in the streets with sufurias in their heads like us in Jubilee and bakulis in their hands because they will not have food. So where are your priorities? That is what we want to ask Mr. Ruto. And we want to say, matters housing levy, I think I want to conclude it in this way. Kenyans have a serious trust deficit with the Kenya Kwanza government, with Ruto and Gachagua. They are saying, give us your money, we hold it for you for 7 years, we construct houses somewhere, we give to the poor, and then in 7 years, we'll give you back your money. And what Kenyans are asking is, can we trust you even with 100 shillings? So the question around 1%, 3%, I think those are exterior issues. The issue here is Kenyans are saying unequivocally that they cannot trust Ruto and his government with their savings for 7 years, whether or not the houses will be constructed. If we move on to the issue of clinker, Clause 72 is proposing a 10% levy on clinker. Now, those who know anything about the cement industry, clinker composes 60 to 70% of cement today. Most of it is imported. Why? Because it's only 2 or 3 of our cement factories who have grinders to grind a stone that is called pulhamite that then creates clinker. Now, the question here is how Ruto is proposing to cure the issue of cost of construction is upside down. Because if you raise importation taxes on cement and on clinker, then what he is trying to tell us is that he's trying to give impetus to the local producers of cement so that they can produce cheaper cement. But the truth is, this is a very expensive country to produce anything, whether you're producing a sweet, that sweet called patco, or a bag of cement. Our cost of production, which is majorly anchored on our cost of energy, is unbelievable. We are the most uncompetitive country in East African region. If you are a manufacturer today, you better go off going to settle up in Rwanda and Tanzania than coming to Kenya. And the issue of energy is easy. And we want to say this to Ruto. And we can give him ideas if our captain allowed us. But we are not here to consult for government. We are not paid by Ruto to consult for him. But this, if you read our manifesto, we had brought up the issue of grid losses in this country. This country is losing 23% of its power on grid losses. Now, let me put that in perspective. 23%, so it's about 0.25% of the power that is produced in Kenya today is lost between production, reticulation, and the end-use customer. In the Azimio manifesto, we had proposed to bring the grid losses down from 23% to 10%. Let me put that further into perspective. Every 1% drop on grid losses is 1.2 billion Kenya shillings. Every 1% drop on grid losses is 1.2 billion shillings saved that can be transferred to the end user. So it doesn't matter how much, you raise the cost of, you raise the cost of imports. What the government should be doing is ensure that producing locally is competitive, that bag of cement can be produced locally at a cheaper price to match the global and the East African market prices. But this obnoxious government is doing the exact opposite. The same is happening to iron rods and steel bars and craft. Let me spend some time on craft. Craft is the paper that wraps unga. I want to be like my colleague, Honorable Mandi. I do not know what Ruto has with unga. Unga has been hit from left, right, and center. Whether it's VAT, whether it's the actual production of the maize plant in terms of fertilizer and inputs, whether it's the milling, that milling is being hit by, the high cost of fuel, whether it's the transportation between the miller and the shop, the transportation costs, I think Baba has said that very clearly. The trucks that are transporting are now going to be paying 60,000 shillings as opposed to 20,000 shillings per ton, which was what was going on. Now, unga, the paper that wraps unga usually is imported. There's a proposal to impose a 10% duty on the wrapping paper. So who will bear this cost? It is you and I who are the consumers of unga. Once again, we want to ask, what problem do you have with unga, Mr. Ruto? Let's go to leather. The industry of leather in this country has shrunk over time. And this is because a lot of rawhide is smuggled out of this country. In fact, the experts are telling us we are losing 70% of our rawhide to China through some smuggling process out of this country. So what Ruto is proposing in clause 67, in clause 62, is that he will impose an export levy, on rawhide. So what will this then do is that it will increase, the impetus of people exporting, rawhide. So what does it then do to our tanneries? We have 9 tanneries. They are working, I'm told, at about 30%. We will be closing these tanneries, and everybody who works there will be asked to go home. Therefore, job losses. Clause 67 is proposing to increase the import declaration fee. I mean, that has been canvassed. I think it was also in Baba's speech, from 1.5 to 2.5%. My argument about importation is create a more efficient, effective internal structure so that goods are produced cheaply, and you expand your tax base so that you do not have to worry about what is coming in because you're already competitive enough. Let me move to the second last item, which is the tax appeal tribunal. Now, something very interesting here is happening. That today, if you have a tax issue, you have a tax case, you will pay KRA 20% of the disputed amount. So today, I am disputing 100 million shillings. I will pay KRA, before we start anything, before I file my case with High Court, I will pay KRA some 20 million shillings. Now, this 20 million will not be earning interest. It will be put in an account we call escrow. So an escrow account, that money will be sitting there waiting for you to decide whether you won or you lost the case. You all know how long it takes in this country to, you know, and the lawyers, I can see Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is here, Honorable Mother. Cases take an immensely long time. So this money will be sitting there, waiting for the case to be concluded, and you will get back your 20 million shillings 5 years down the line, no interest. That is what Ruto is proposing. Now, once you remove, I mean, apart from the fact that it's very unfair, of course, that you have a tax dispute, and over and above that, you're being asked to cough more money, I think from our side, we're saying there is also an issue of evasion of justice. The Constitution is clear. I think the lawyers can guide me. It's Article 48 of the Constitution. And I think I have my Constitution here. If I could just read, because it's important for us to get this bit. It's about access of justice. The state shall ensure access to justice for all persons, and if any fee is required, it shall be reasonable and shall not impede access to justice. So I don't know how reasonable 20% is. If you ask me a reasonable fee, it will be, should be in the decimals, in 0.001, 0.002. That is a reasonable fee. But 20%, Mr. Ruto, by no means is not a reasonable fee, as is prescribed by our Constitution. Last but not least, we talk about the Tax Procedure Act, and this one is extremely interesting. Just like we see in the entire bill, we see Ruto safeguarding his friends. So if you are a friend, I think what he has realized is a lot of his friends have issues with taxes. Because in clause 51, he's proposing an amnesty on any interest, penalties, fees for anybody who has a tax dispute as at 31st of December 2022. Apart from the fact that this sets a very, very bad precedence, because then if I'm the president next time, I will just ask my buddies, how many of you have cases? I can offer you amnesty. So it sets a bad precedence. But we read mischief in this particular amnesty, and we know they're all in government, all of them who have issues with KRA, whose factories have been closed. So what he's telling his friends is that I will give you amnesty until 2024. Please go and sort out your issues. I will scrap your fees and your penalties. I thank you very much for the privilege of your attention. Those are my issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. As the Honourable Badi encouraged Honourable members and Kenyans at large, read the provisos, read the proposal, and check what it is proposing to change. Because if you just read the change, you might think it's a benign change, not knowing that it's not a benign change. Like this issue of the import declaration fees. If you don't read the proviso, you will think it's a good thing. Now, the overall change says, let's move IDF fees from 3.5% to 2.5%. And that might sound like a good thing, except if you read the original act, you will find there is a proviso, provided that raw materials for manufacturing should pay 1.5%. So if you remove the proviso, it means that everything, including the raw materials, goes from 1.5% to 2.5%, which then has the effect of making manufacturing more expensive. We would like to allow perhaps 3 questions of a technical nature, because the presentation is not fully finished. The principals will make interventions at a policy level. So if members of the fourth estate have, let's allow no more than 3 technical questions. In answering those questions, our colleague Saitoti Torome will come up to help us and myself to answer the questions and also give you one broad statement about the overall impact of these taxation policies on this economy. What do you expect is going to happen if these taxation policies go through? What will happen to the economy this financial year? So, by a show of hands, if, again I repeat, if it's a question of a technical nature, that's what we'll answer. Then afterwards, the principals will make interventions, and you can then ask the bigger picture questions. Yes, down the road.
Yeah, Chairman, we are not going to take just from members of the press alone, even other participants. If you have a question, just raise your hand and you'll be able to ask. Any questions?
Of a technical nature. As we do so, Saitoti Torome, please come up to make one statement around the impact.
Questions? Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. It would appear we did a fine job in explaining the intricacies. So thank you very much indeed for that. Saitoti Torome, in one sentence, what's going to be the impact of this taxation on the Kenyan economy overall?
I think. Thank you very much, Governor Muriithi. Mine is only to state one point. Since this debate of the finance bill started, there has been a lot of emphasis on the cost of living. One thing that I like to point out is actually the fact that VAT, it is the one that has a direct impact on the cost of living. Why? Because it is an expenditure tax. And because it's an expenditure tax, it makes the final product like petroleum to be expensive, which affects the cost of living. And also, when we put VAT on inputs, it makes the cost of production very high. Deputy Governor Karo has just said about how it will affect our economy. And it is actually true, because God are the days, and you will agree with me, when you used to say that Kenya is a blue-eyed boy where all the foreign investors are attracted in Africa. It is no longer the case. Many African countries have opened up their economy. Tanzania is there, it has got a lot of resources. Rwanda, Uganda, even DRC now is a member of the East African Community, and South Sudan. So when we make the cost of production in our country very expensive, we will not be able to attract foreign investors, and our economy will not grow. And even to mention that, I can see Honorable Oparanya is there. He actually used to be the Minister for Planning and Vision 2030. If we make the cost of production in our country very high by imposing such kind of taxes that are in this finance bill, we will not be able to realize the dream of Vision 2030 because we will not be competitive. So we have to be very careful. And just as the Right Honorable Prime Minister said when he was making his closing remarks, when a government is confronted with a budgetary deficit, because this bill is actually trying to make sure that we don't have a deficit, there are two ways. You either increase revenue, you borrow from the public through central bank, or you can even lower the budget. So instead of focusing so much on raising taxes or revenue through taxes, why don't we focus even on the way we do budgeting? And I think that one has been explained by Ruto Muriithi on how we can actually be able even to remove duplication and many other things, and then we address the issue of governance. I think I am always a person of very few words, and I think that is what I have actually observed. But the most important thing, this bill will make it difficult for us to realize the dream of Vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. May I turn it back to Majority Leader to help us with the balance of the presentation. Asante sana.
can we give a final round of applause to our Economic Council for a wonderful job? They'll be leaving now to join some other crucial meeting happening next door. So we shall be excusing the members of the Economic Council. Yes. But in the meantime, please allow me to invite Her Excellency Martha Karua to come and forward and address us. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa Martha Karua.
Good morning, everyone. After my boss has spoken, has given such an eloquent address, there is very little for me to say, and also with the remarks that have been made by our team. But I want to say that clearly the finance bill is an indication that the Kenya Kwanza government has waged an economic war against citizens, and especially the vulnerable. You would expect that during these hard times, there would be measures to cushion the vulnerable. You would expect that food items, critical items, you remember that Azimio has been on the forefront of asking for the lowering of cost of living, actually demanding for the lowering of cost of living. This bill is a contempt card on those demands because its net effect will be to push the cost of living upwards, as has been very eloquently explained. Once you raise VAT on fuel, there's a ripple effect on virtually everything. When you tax exempt things that were zero rated, once again, the effect is pushing the prices up of essential items such as medicine, critical medicine. That, with the current status of NHIF, it means the average person will not have access to critical medicine. And in Kenya, we say families are just one sickness away from abject poverty. So when you move critical medicines to exempt, tax exempt, and push their prices up, it means this bill is going to directly cause deaths, suffering and death to many Kenyans. It also means that food will be less accessible. Already, we have a crisis of people not being able to have meals on their table. With the joblessness, with the cost of living being up, Kenyans have been shown by the Kenya Kwanza regime that they are on their own. This is happening in a context where the expenditure, non-essential expenditure, for the office of the president, for the office of the deputy president, for the prime cabinet secretary, luxury items, they have pushed the budget up for travel, the example being led by the office of the president. They have pushed the amount for purchase of non-essential items, fuel, gasolines. Cars are not an essential, especially if they're just discarding cars they found that have not lived that have not done their time. Just because you have come in, you buy new vehicles at a time our economy is in crisis. They talk of austerity measures on one hand. On the other hand, they are lavishly spending like there is no tomorrow. So just a look at what is happening if you look at the finance bill as against the budget proposals, because the increase in expenditure is well captured in the budget proposals, it is quite clear that Kenyans are on their own and that this is a cruel and caring regime which does not care at all if Kenyans die of hunger, if children fail to go to school, or if people die because they cannot access medical services. I would urge, especially our Azimio members of parliament, as you debate, let us not be hoodwinked to concentrate only on the issue of the housing fund. This bill has so much poison in it, which needs to be unpackaged to Kenyans, item by item. And here there can be division of labor, because no single person will have enough time, whether in the media or in parliament, to analyze all the sections of the bill, so that we unpackage this as easily as we can to Kenyans, so that the mamamboga knows and the artisan that their targets of punitive taxes, I'm using the word punitive, when you start charging turnover tax to people whose income is less than 2,000 shillings a day, because they are aiming at people who are earning 1,300 for taxation. That's a person selling mandazi or chapatis on the roadside. These are very, very punitive measures, and this is something that should be resisted. And if the Kenya Kwanza government goes through with it like they have threatened, Kenyans must get ready to take action, remembering sovereignty is in their hands. And without much ado, I'll call upon my brother, His Excellency, Dr. Helonzo Musyoka, even to offer greetings. Much has been said. You are not being asked for much, just greetings.
Asante, you've done it so well. I didn't want to add anything because our brother Raila put it so well, so eloquently. I think this has been actually a learning experience for a lot of us. And I want to thank our Economic Council team. Now, Kenyans know the difference between zero rating and exemption. And that is where the big lie is. And I think that has been unpacked, thanks to Honorable Badi and the colleagues. Last Sunday, I was in a church somewhere in the river, in Mulolongo. And I spoke about the skepticism at my level with people wanting to rush to court. Everybody is within their rights to rush to court, but we have also heard from our sister Caroline Karugu on the provisions of Article 48. My brother, who is also a very good friend, Wajakoya, will probably agree, and Mother, denying people access to justice as unconstitutional. So some people rushed and said Kalonzo is supporting the finance bill. My media team did a very good job of that disinformation. So you can see the level of panic. People are panicked because they're doing the wrong things. So, as I said, we are ready to go. Our teams are very well. A leader in Parliament is here, a leader in the National Assembly. And the leaders, of course, the matter is not going to the Senate, so it's all National Assembly. So, Wandai and the teams, I'm sure you are equal to the task. You want me to call some other friend? Yeah, I'll probably call my brother, Governor Iria, who has lived through this. But before you come, Iria, it appears to me, over and above all this, taxation, there's also the Kanjus. You know, the county governments are also doing their own taxation. So look at it. That's why I said you cannot develop an economy this way. And those who have been following even the debate on debt ceiling, for me, I find that completely unacceptable. The issue about debt ceiling, had to get President Joe Biden leave the G20 or the G7 summit in Hiroshima, in Tokyo, to go back and make peace and argue and agree with the House Speaker of Congress, because America was at the verge of breaching even the debt ceiling thing. So this debt ceiling matter cannot be hidden. It must be brought to the fore so that Kenyans will know you cannot extend the debt ceiling without the full involvement discussion of Parliament. So hiding it under some funny clause that we just been told, I don't know who made that presentation, that the cabinet secretary responsible for finance can just go and lay on the table some information, and then the country then assumes that all is well. So I think in a nutshell, we are in a crisis, and we need to be able to accept that this is a crisis matter. And then, as my brother said, the conclusion was very clear. We give it to the public court. I don't know whether it's you, Kioni or Wanjekoya or Mwangi. Mwangi, you had stood. As I said, I had nothing useful to add. That's why I was muttering around. But I hope I've managed to clear some issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think from a broader sense, we need to look at this budget vis-a-vis the commitments which Kenya Kwanza gave to Kenyans, because that's why they were voted into office. Because even as we get into the figures, there are some broad commitments which Kenya Kwanza gave, and they are supposed to be delivered through the finance bill, essentially. To Central Kenya, for example, there was a commitment for guaranteed minimum prices for coffee, for tea, for milk, and for other farm produce. And from an income perspective, because like for example, from our region, our income comes from agriculture. This finance bill must answer the question, then, after implementing this finance bill, what then will be the guaranteed minimum price of tea? Because it was a commitment. What will be the guaranteed minimum price of coffee? What will be the guaranteed minimum price of milk, of cotton, of pyrethrum, and of other farm produce? Because that was a main commitment to farmers. So, is coffee going to go to 200 as they committed, as an output of this finance bill? That is what those people expect, because they might not understand the numbers very clearly and the argument today, but the impact of this to them is what they need to take home. So, Kenya Kwanza must tell us, out of this finance bill, then what will be the guaranteed price of coffee to Mount Kenya farmers, of tea, of milk, of rice, because that was their commitment. As we speak, tea attracts about 42 levies, 42 taxes. And when I was a governor, together with the governor of Kericho, we had actually gone to court, and the matter is still in court, trying to challenge the 42 levies against tea as a crop or as a sector. The matter is still in court. So those are the matters which this bill is supposed to be resolving for our farmers. But they're just giving us figures which are actually indicative of the fact that fertilizer is going to go up, the cost of transport is going to go up, packaging costs is going to go up. So when are we going then? How are we then going to get those deliverables? That is very important. They must tell, especially because I'm from Central and I'm not biased, and I'm speaking also for others, then what will be the price of the guaranteed minimum price of coffee to farmers? Tea, milk, cotton, that was a commitment. So they can do what they want, but then announce those prices as part of the finance bill. Lastly, this is not the only finance bill. We are going to have other 47 finance bills from every county. And because the model is the same, and the principle is the same, and the alignment is Kenya Kwanza, and this is a philosophy, it means we now expect worse bills from the counties. So how are we going then to marry the county finance bills and this finance bill and then say this is the overall burden to our people? Because this is half of the burden, or partial burden. So someone need to tell us then what will be the overall impact, because this is half the journey. There is another one which is going to come from the devolved system. What then will be the overall impact to the average Kenyan of this bill? Because the other levies which are being discussed, and they have been encouraged, by the way, to make sure that they raise as much money as possible because there is no money from Treasury. So as we look at it, we need to then ask what will be the overall impact, and we also need to assess, and our team need to get into the county finance bills so that we know the overall impact of this year's finance budget from both national and county governments. Thank you.
I think, to me, this is a Shakahora budget. We are all candidates for Shakahora. At this late, none of us can be able to add a kilo to our weights, because the cost of living is certainly going to be totally beyond the reach of all Kenyans. And I wanted to say, when we talked about the 4-5 issues as Azimio, the cost of living, this bill deals with the cost of living. So when we were saying that before any talks take place, we needed to address the cost of living, you can see where the vision that our leader had. When you talk about the need to protect multi-party democracy, to ensure that parties within Azimio are not swallowed or collapsed, is because if they are collapsed, then there will not be this voice on behalf of Kenyans. The voice of the voiceless will have been taken away, and they are still at it. And I think it is important that they are told they will not succeed, because in succeeding, they will have killed the voice that speaks on behalf of Kenyans. You now can see them clearly trying to legalize corruption. When you say that you'll be taking to Parliament the minister to go and justify why he breached the law, and you provide that in an act of Parliament, it's a regime that is not keen on fighting corruption at all. In the whole of the presentations that we have had, I didn't hear any attempt to seal the loopholes. And if we sealed the loopholes, I'm sure there will be a lot of money that can come back and be available to Kenyans for the things that they have been complaining about. Our party leader, Azimio party leader, has again read us in talking about the need to look at the IBC. The whole process of arriving at leaders. The leaders we have in Parliament and those who went through the window into State House and other places are now producing this. So if our process of electing people is not checked, it will continue producing people who do not care about the welfare of Kenyans. And that is clear from the kind of bill that has been led to us and the one we have been going through. We've been talked about Vision 2030. No, and let me also say, when you have in Parliament, Mheshimiwa Wandai, unfortunately, when you have in Parliament 90% or 80% of fellas there, and especially from some regions, were all leagued in, they have no business leading these bills. They will just continue leading your lives out of anything useful. And that's what they are doing. Vision 2030, a country, a people without vision. That's what the Bible says. People perish if we move away from this vision. And they have not mentioned the issue of Vision 2030 or even 2063 anywhere. So we are just people galloping in the dark. Haki ya Mungu, tuko kwa shida hapa. And again, as His Excellency has said, the universal health care through the widow, it just evaporated. A short while ago, you'd use your people back in the countryside who are happy with NHIF cards. Today, you produce it and you are chased out of the hospital. My brother is a doctor and he was told, don't retain anybody in hospital, even after any, whatever kind of operation, beyond 4 days. If you retain them beyond 4 days, wewe mwenyewe utalipa. So it's a question of whether you want to undertake these operations is crazy. But there is one more thing that I think we need to focus on. And this is what would help us and the Senate. Our Kinara has said it many times, but maybe it has not been, the media has not picked it. The amount of money that is spent by Parliament moving from one country to the other, it's a lot of money. The speakers, for example, and especially in the Senate, they actually exchange suitcases at the airport. He has so many places to go, he has no time, to cover all the trips that have been earmarked for him in a year. If we cannot focus on this also, I think it's something, 41 billion shillings to Parliament compared to the judiciary at 20-something, 22, or something like that, and the housing at 29. There are areas where these characters can focus on and still achieve some of the things they think need to be achieved. Of course, not housing, without taxing the Kenyans. Taxing the merry-go-round, Mama Boga na wale I don't know whether you understand. Mount Kenya is full of those merry-go-rounds. And merry-go-round, chamas, all those, table banking. So you introduce table banking so that you can get a mrija kukunywa maziwa ya kina mama jikoni. Some of this is really taxing people while they are sitting at the fireplace. It's really not something that we need to sit loud and wait. But Baba, as I was coming from Nyandarua the other day, I bought some fruits. And a lady who was selling fruits to me said, "We nimekuona kwa Azimio. This pineapple, I am buying it for you, for Baba. Take it to Baba and tell Baba, you are our only hope. Ukirudi nyuma, wa Kenya watapata shida." Kwa hivyo, Kenyans are looking at what you are doing and the leadership that you are giving to us. Na jana usiku nikaambiwa, wanagojea tu kuambiwa twende. Pali utasema watu waende, hapo ndio watu wataenda. Wame give up kwa hii watu ambao wako hapa. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Before I invite the last two speakers, let me introduce some of us who are in the room. We have the Honorable Peter Orero, who is our host MP, the MP for Kibra. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Orero. We have Mr. Yagwik Ramji, the Deputy Party Leader of Roots Party. Makofi Kwake. We have Ambassador Elkana Odembo. I'm sure you all know him. Karibu sana Balozi. We have Sheikh Juma Ngao and his colleague. Very good, Mashae. Thank you very much. Of course, we have in the house our technical team. They have been joined now by Professor Adam Solo, Durongwen, and the rest of the team. Let me invite Honorable Wajakwe to make a... Yes. I'll be inviting, of course, Honorable Paranya to come in later. He's the chairman of the Azimio National Executive Committee. Thank you.
Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka, Mheshimiwa Martha Karua, Mheshimiwa Governor wa Iria, Mheshimiwa Kioni, Mheshimiwa Paranya. I'll be very brief and I will not go to what has been said. I talk differently. When you go to a place, you don't repeat what others have said because they have made a point. Baba has made a point, the rest have made a point. I've looked into this budget. This budget is rotten. I'm not going to comment on it because it doesn't have things that matter. In Kenya today, with Gulalu Galana, which was 1 million acres of land, we had proposed as Roots Party before, we had proposed that we shall take 200,000 acres of land in Galana Gulalu and grow wheat for export. We'll not be having this issue of manuring this issue of propositions of taxes up and taxes down. Bank does not need fertilizer. Bank does not need to be nurtured. It only grows for 4 months. But the reason why I'm talking of bank economics is the world has moved away from this miniature kind of budgetary system which are imposed by the World Bank, IMF, or Bretton Woods institutions. I, as a scholar of Bretton Woods institutions, that's law in economics, law and development, if you look at what Walter Rodney wrote, and I'm sure my friend Honorable Kalonzo is very much aware because he's a reader, Walter Rodney wrote of a phraseology that led to his death when he was a Guyanese living in Dar es Salaam at that particular time, of how Europe underdeveloped Africa. So we are talking of hegemony of development and undermining underdevelopment because they are looking at us and saying that Africans have no conscience. We have to develop them. If you look at Professor Yunus of Bangladesh, who is also a scholar renowned for women banking, cooperative women banking, a theme that has been taken over by Bangladesh, which is mixed with Islamic banking, that the World Bank has now borrowed that kind of paradigm, where banking is done from the locality of the women where they are found. And that's a story for another day. We will not be talking on this everyday budget, every day sijui nani amefanya nini. Kama tungepanda bangi for export and for economic development, not for smoking, we will not be having this kind of discussions every day. I speak very harshly because I am one of you. And I am one of you. I am also recognized wherever I've been in terms of intellectual scholarly work that we have contributed to Harvard, London School of Economics, whereby the whites use us to develop some conscience. Now look at these theories that we are talking about here. These are the kingdom theories. There are theories that are violating what you call kingdom theories, where they talk of the garbage can and the policies. Now here, what Ruto has done is that he has brought a policy to look for a solution. No, he has brought a solution to look for a policy. Instead of putting solutions together, and then you look for a policy, our system is upside down. And none of our leaders are thinking of this. Go outside the box. Look at those Kenyans in the diaspora. Ask them why they're working there. And Honorable Odemo is here. He was one of the best ambassadors we had when we were in the UK. He used to accommodate what we had. Let's look at what we can borrow from the diaspora. We have the brains outside this country that can come and develop this country. Let's look at the Museveni format, the formula that Museveni has used. None of us want to talk about the Kenyans in the diaspora. We talk about ourselves. Somebody went to Kangundo High School, Nairobi University, worked in the ministry, went to live in Lavington. What kind of policy do you think this person can make? Thank you very much.
Makofi kwa Mheshimiwa Wajakoya. Allow me now to invite the Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, who is the chairman of the Azimio National Executive Council, and also the deputy party leader of ODM, to come and make closing remarks, really. And if there will be any questions, general questions, we'll ask the party leader to perhaps field them. Thank you. Karim.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wandai. I want to apologize that I came in late. I was late, so I decided to sit at the back because I was late. And it was because of other commitments that I had earlier that I could not skip. So I want to apologize. Now, Wajakoya said that my brother, that we planned bangi for export. I don't know how we will protect people from picking it for smoking. What mechanism we shall have when we plant it so that it is not for smoking. But let me tell you that one of the principles of taxation is simplicity. Simplicity is a key principle of taxation. And simplicity in two ways. One, how you calculate it. It should be understood by the taxpayer that this is how tax will be calculated, and he can even calculate himself or herself and pay voluntarily, because it's very simple. And the second one is how you collect it, because you have to look at the cost of collection versus the tax itself. Because if the collection is very expensive, more than even the tax itself, then that's not a good tax. So if you look at this taxation, they are lowering the threshold for turnover tax. It means there will be so many people in that net. Even Mama Mboga will be in that net. Then how are you going to collect that tax? Will you go around harassing Mama Mboga, collecting it? So that is going to be an issue. But ladies and gentlemen, remember, you are talking about Ruto, and I've said here even before, these are not Ruto's proposal. You know very well who put Ruto in power. These are the people who are telling him that if we have to keep you in power, to continue in power, this is what you should do. And we shall continue supporting you so long as you do what we tell you. That's all. I don't think even Ruto has read this taxation bill. I don't think. It is just being imposed on him. And as you go through it, remember that. Now, the finance, our economic committee was here. There is an issue that I picked up in the finance bill, that they are making a proposal to zero rate VAT on acquisition of going concern. Companies that already exist, that if you come and acquire that company, you will not pay VAT. Who are these people? You know, you acquire a company when you are rich. So if you are a rich man, you are coming to acquire Kenya pipeline. Why should I exempt you from VAT? Zero rate VAT that you are going to pay. It means, and you remember, it means already these people are now targeting these companies to acquire them cheaply. Because how do you attract even investors to come and acquire already the existing company? You attract investors to come and invest in new ventures and not going concern. Because going concern, they are already there. So note that. And I think that should also be picked up. Now, I have a friend of mine who is in Uganda. He's a Ugandan, but he has stayed here in Kenya for a long time. So he sent me a message this morning, and I want to read to you. He's saying, let him pass the finance bill as it is. What is wrong with you people? You have to let him make mistakes. That should be your strategy. If you help him to make good decisions, how will you remove him? You are supposed to make a little noise for record purposes that you posted, but don't make it too strong. He will correct the mistake then. What becomes of your talking point? And this is my last shot. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, allow me, before I invite Sheikh Jumangao to make the final prayer, to say this, because the media have been asking if at all we are going to come up with any amendments. The answer is that a lot has been said about this finance bill, and the public has overwhelmingly rejected it. And in our view, this bill is flawed beyond redemption. So we are going to reject it in total. we are not going to propose any amendment to it. As Azimio, we have said time and again that there is still time to withdraw this bill and bring it back in a form that is responsive to the plight of the people, in a form that is acceptable. But our plea has fallen on deaf ears so far. So if this bill finds its way to the floor of the House in its current form, we are not going to make any attempt to propose any amendments to it. We shall be moving to reject it in total. And in any case, there has been the argument that if the bill is rejected, what will happen? Nothing will happen. Life will continue. Because as we speak, there is a Finance Act 2022, which is in place. You reject this one, it will continue to work. And therefore, the notion that the matter of this Finance Bill 2023 is a matter of life and death is not true. It is simply a mere bill, which we have said is flawed, is not acceptable, is overburdening Kenyans who are already on their knees, and therefore the only logical thing to do is to withdraw it. And therefore, with those few remarks, let me invite the Sheikh Juma Ngao. Yes, as he comes, I've got an apology, of course, from the Honorable Wamalwa, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, the leader of the DAP Kenya, who was elsewhere, though he's on his way, but he may come late. Thank you. Karibu Sheikh Juma Ngao. And you pray.
Assalamu alaikum. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mheshimiwa Rais wetu wa Azimio Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, naibu wetu Mama Martha, ndugu Kalonzo Musyoka, itifaki yote ikizingatiwa. Nimesikiza kwa makini sana wazungumzaji wote, kila mmoja hutaki amalize kuzungumza. Na mazungumzo haya tumekuja kwa sababu jana sisi kama Baraza Kuu la Ushauri la Waislamu Kenya KEMNAK tulifanya press conference Mombasa, tumeipinga hii bill. Na ni baada ya kushauriana na wenye viti wa kaunta 47, tuliwaambia waulize watu misikitini kila wakiswali kuhusu bili hii. Na majority of the Muslims katika kaunta 47 wakasema ambia chairman hii bili aipinge. Nikapigia mzee simu, mzee Raila, akatupa ruhusa, na jana tulikuwa na press conference Mombasa, na sasa hivi nafikiri iko viral katika mitandao yote. Hii bill niliposikiliza leo nimepata mengi zaidi. Ina somo moja ambalo napenda niwafahamishe. Binadamu wamegawanyika makundi manne, na kuomba usikize kwa makini. Kundi la kwanza kuna watu. Kundi la pili kuna watu wengine. Kundi la tatu kuna wengineo. Na la mwisho akina nani? Watu wengine, wengineo na akina nani. Ukiwataka wote kuwapata hawa, nenda harusini, tuwapata wote hawa. Watu ni wale wenye harusi, familia ya bibi na ya bwana, wale ndio watu. Utengeza kadi wale watu. Yule alikuwa watu wengine. Ukipewa kadi wewe ni wale watu, wewe ni mtu mwingine. Kisha ukimwalika bwana Kioni hapa, na mimi niko karibu na sina kadi, atasema shekhe nifuate mimi. Wewe huna kadi, I am your card. wengineo wale. Alafu wakati harusini wale watu wengine na wengineo hukaa kama hivi, high table, kila mtu na sinia lake, biriani, kuku, kachumbari, mapochopocho, sambusa, zote kila mmoja sinia lake. Manake watu wengine na wengineo. Kisha nje ya geti huanza fujo kule, huko kwa lumbana, kwa pigwa, mpaka askari ushindwe akarudi kwa mwenye harusi. Mzee kule, hii kuna fujo sana. Mwenye harusi huenda paka pale, kina nani? Yapo, nyinyi kina nani? Nyinyi kina nani nyinyi? Nyinyi kina nani nyinyi hapa? Awajua mzee, sisi vijana wa mtaani hapa tunkuja, soga ndiye mbaya. Haya, kaeni sita. Kaeni sita. Watu 6 sinia moja. Haina nyama, haina kachumbari, haina sambusa, haina juice. Hivi ndivyo serikali hii imefanywa. Tumefanywa akina nani na Ruto, na bili hii ikipita tutakuwa akina nani zaidi. Sasa nikirudi katika theology, mimi si wakili. Utawala hauanzi sasa. Kuna watawala kwenye Qur'an na Bible wametajwa wa nguvu. King David alikuwa very powerful. Solomon alikuwa na nguvu nyingi sana, akitawala binadamu, majini, mashetani, wanyama, hata upepo. Akitaka ruka mahali, Suleiman anaweka mkeka, anaomba dua kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, anaruka, akifika anashuka. Alikuwa very powerful. Akaja Firauni. Asa Solomon na David hawakumwasi Mwenyezi Mungu, alitawala vizuri. Firauni akaja akakosa, akatesa Mayahudi, akaoa watoto wachanga wa Kiyahudi, akafanya uchumi wa Misri mbaya kama huu. Mbingu zikachukua hatua. Lepelekewa Nabii Musa, akaonywa, hakusikia. Akapelekewa Haruni, akaonywa, hakusikia. Mbingu zikachukua hatua kwa utawala huo, akadidimizwa Red Sea. Yeye na jeshi lake. Sijui katiba yasemaje, rais akiwa hivi kama huyu hapa, katiba yasemaje? Mimi sio wakili, yajua. Ikiwa Mungu alipofsinywa na Firauni anachinja watoto wa Kiyahudi, amepandisha tax, maisha ni magumu, ameonya na Musa hasikii, Haruna akamwonya hakusikia, maisha ilipokuwa ngumu, mbingu zichukua hatua. Alidimizwa Red Sea na Mayahudi wakaokolewa, wakaenda Canaan. Katiba yasema nini ikiwa rais wa nchi anaharibu nchi kama hivi? Katiba yasema nini ikiwa rais wa nchi anafanya tuwe akina nani? Manake hii kipita hutaweza lisha familia yako yote kila siku. Itabidi iwe sahani moja, watu 6 au watu 10. Yani kila tutakuwa akina nani, kila family, Coast, Nairobi, Eastern, tutakuwa ni akina nani? Sahani moja, watu 10 washikeshike, hawakushiba. Kama mtu anafanya taifa linakuwa akina nani, hatui watu, si watu wengine, si wengineo, tunakuwa akina nani? Mtawala akifanya wananchi kuwa akina nani, katiba yasemaje? Ni homework. Mimi si wakili. Asalamu alaykum.
We have come to the end of this wonderful session. So unless there's some burning question, very burning question from the media, we shall be calling it a day. Yes? We are okay? No. They are okay, Phil. Asanteni sana. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. God bless.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for finding time for this engagement. We encourage you to continue to partake of the tea and the niceties that we have arranged for you. Kindly don't be in a hurry to leave. Asanteni sana.
Please help me welcome our partner for the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture, Ntate Mutembei. I guess at this point, you all know who I'm going to call. I haven't said anything. Please help me welcome the former President of the US, President Barack Obama. Without sitting down, I would like us to please sing the national anthem of South Africa. This will be rendered by the Soweto Gospel Choir. I have to tell you that I tried to audition and they rejected me. And I'm still trying to sing for the Soweto Gospel Choir. So I'll still try, Prof. There they come. Thank you very much. Soweto Gospel Choir. They will be back again later when they will be singing together with Kirk Wallam and Thandiswa Mazwai. So there will be a music tribute at the end. Now, I'd like you to please help me welcome someone actually who was so brave when she's surrounded by these men and they were trying to get hold of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and she said, I will do it. And we are collaborating with them at the moment. And this young lady, she will be our program director for the day. Please help me welcome Busi Mkumbuzi.
President Cyril Ramaphosa, President Barack Obama, Mrs. Graça Machel, Professor Njabulo Ndebele, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, and Mr. Sello Hatang. Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, past and present, honorable ministers, members of parliament, provincial premiers, mayors, and all members of government, leaders of opposition parties, veterans of the liberation struggle, former Nelson Mandela lecture speakers, business leaders, and leaders of faith-based organizations, political and social activists, members of the Mandela family, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, and the world. It is an honor to stand before you today to celebrate the centenary of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Whom former President Barack Obama describes as more than a man, but as being a symbol of the struggle for justice, equality, and dignity in South Africa and all across the globe. In 1994, the year of my birth, Madiba emerged as president of a democratic South Africa. From the onset, he was committed to turning a country torn apart by years of colonialism and apartheid into a fully functioning democracy where all South Africans are equal before the law. And yet, despite our notable progress, the situation right now in the world calls on us to reflect deeply. Global political trends portray a concerted assault against the democratic values that Mandela and his contemporaries espoused. All over the world, there is a resurgence of racial and class exclusivity, of nationalism, and the maintenance of gross inequality through corruption and systematic greed. Patriarchy persists at the peril of women and the LGBT community. We did not think that so far into democracy, so many people would again face the threats of losing their elemental rights, their freedom, and their dignity. This is therefore an auspicious occasion, ladies and gentlemen, to reflect on the principles and values that defined Mandela's life and legacy. Principles such as tolerance, inclusivity, reconciliation, and the rule of law. These principles underpin Madiba's legacy and can heal the world of its social ills. These principles also broke the political deadlock in the 90s, and I truly believe that they need to be invigorated in 2018. Standing before you as a young black woman born and bred in the sprawling working class townships of Soweto, this occasion must especially motivate the youth. It must motivate them to take the forefront in the endless struggle to sustain livelihoods globally. During this centennial celebration of Madiba's birth, I encourage all dignitaries, institutions of government, business, and all fervent supporters of Mandela's legacy to put their weight behind the youth, who I believe are the true custodians of our future. With no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to mark the opening of this special occasion, it is a great privilege to welcome the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. He is an established scholar who has been a key figure in South African higher education, an author whose critical and creative writing have tackled the effects of apartheid on black communities, protest, democracy, and reconciliation. Please give a resounding applause to Professor Njabulo Ndebele.
President Ramaphosa, President Obama, Mama Machel, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, and so many distinguished guests who out there who have graced our occasion with your presence. And ladies and gentlemen, all of you from far and near. On behalf of the trustees of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, I welcome you to the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture. Thank you for joining us in your numbers to remember Madiba on the eve of what would have been his 100th birthday, and for doing so by coming to listen to a lecture by an extraordinary leader, President Barack Obama. This is the biggest Nelson Mandela lecture we have ever hosted, something eminently appropriate, I think, for the centenary. Our late trustee, the Venerable Ahmed Kathrada, never stopped demanding that we should hold the lecture in a stadium. Today, he has finally got his wish. "28 years ago, with one hand clasped around the hand of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the other raised in a fist, Nelson Mandela walked out of Victor Verster prison into a country waiting for his leadership. Would he, outside prison at last, continue to inspire as much as he had done when he was inside? In a racially polarized society where political friends and enemies were frighteningly easy to identify by skin color, few South Africans were aware just how Mandela's release represented a unique and unexpected ways the complex art of the possible. It required that he take enormous personal risks to lay foundations for a negotiated end to over 3 centuries of racist, economic, and social oppression in South Africa. he had to find a way of cutting across embedded histories, structures of governing, and the human attitudes they had given life to over time. He had to find a way for South Africans to begin to see one another differently. It was a task that required a particular kind of leader. Now, for this particular leader, there are countless anecdotes that individually capture some essence of him. The anecdotes collected recently and published in one of our centenary publications, which bears the title, I Remember Nelson Mandela, makes for a most joyous read that I recommend. These anecdotes are told by many from various stations of life who worked for Madiba or for his organizations. But today I want to recall a personal all-time favorite anecdote of mine. It is not in that book. Richard Stengel, who collaborated with Nelson Mandela on his autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, tells that particular one. And here it goes. We were once on this airplane flight down in Natal, and it was a prop plane. I think there were 6 seats in it, and there were maybe 4 of us in the plane. As soon as he gets in an airplane, he, Madiba, picks up a newspaper. He adores newspapers. For many years, he didn't have them and revels in the touch of them. And he reads every stupid story. And so we were sitting in this plane. The plane was up, and he was reading his newspaper. And we were about, I don't know, halfway there. And I saw, to my great horror, that the propeller had stopped going round. And he said very, very calmly, Richard, you might want to inform the pilot that the propeller isn't working. I said, yes, Madiba. I walked to the front of the plane, and the pilot was, of course, well aware of it, and said, go back and sit down. We've called the airport. They have the ambulances out there, and they are going to coat the runway with foam or whatever they do. So I went back and told that to Madiba, and he just, in that very solemn way of his, mouth sort of down, listened and said, yes. And then picked up his newspaper and started reading. I was terrified, and I calmed myself by looking at him, and he was as calm as could be, like the prisoners on Robben Island that must have looked at him when they felt scared. He just looked as calm as could be. Well, the plane landed safely while Madiba retained his calm and flustered expression all the way as we stopped off the plane. But when they entered the airport, Madiba took advantage of a quiet moment with Stengel to make an unexpected confession. Man, he said, I was scared up there. So Madiba was able to put up the armor of self-composure to mask the turmoil and fear and uncertainty that was churning inside of him. The best part is by far in his honesty to give words to his fears at the appropriate moment. There's a certain grandeur to it. This story displays something else about Madiba. It shows up Madiba, the politician, surprisingly, Madiba, the actor. He could enter the universe of all those he met, each and every one of them at home and everywhere in the world, and be remembered universally for the genuineness of that particular moment. The actor in him was able to remove from the politician any semblance of guile, at the same time that the politician gave to the actor the semblance of power to effect change. In him, we could see an intriguing coexistence of power and beauty. It is a coexistence of attributes that he bequeathed to us in the hope that 24 years after the birth of our constitutional democracy, we will be more powerful and even more beautiful. Through Madiba the actor, displayed in this anecdote, I want to pay tribute, therefore, to all actors, artists, writers, dancers, musicians, who in their different art forms are able to feel intensely the characters they become, the thoughts they think, the feelings and emotions they feel deeply. They make real the experience of being truly alive. And being truly alive is what all South Africans today have to become once more, through an act of will and the courage to be clear-minded and steadfast in moments that require them to be courageous. There are many South Africans today in government, in their political parties, in offices of traditional authority, in their trade unions, in their churches, in their schools, and in their governing councils, and in their sports associations. They all play important leadership roles, but some will, by willful intent, have caused the propeller of the airplane of state to stop going round in midair, and who will go on to read a newspaper, see themselves in it, and pretend to be completely innocent. Some will even call a press conference and then say nothing at it. These are the characters that actors get to play as the bad guy. We saw in our Madiba anecdote the ability in a leader to suppress inner fears in order to be brave for other people. That way, people sharing a genuinely dangerous and precarious moment with a leader draw courage from a leader in the appearance of courage displayed by him. He then owns up to that moment later by revealing the fear he experienced after the fact. That way, he enables us to participate in the personal yet public dimensions of being human. I call on all those among our leaders who wear the faces of innocence to stop being the bad guy, step out of the airplane of those whose propeller they had willfully stopped, and after a safe landing, emerge from that plane and say, "Man, I have been corrupt." I am certain that Madiba would have approved as you do. Let us remember those 4 years of difficult negotiations in which, despite some significant loss of life, South Africans did not slide into a bloodbath of a racial war. Madiba's compass remained steadfast and trusted. With the birth of a new democracy achieved, Madiba, as president of the new Republic of South Africa, spent 5 years building constitutional, legislative, political, economic, and social coherence to support and promote a new democracy. Let us remember that the South African Constitution and the society envisaged by it placed participative humanity and belonging at its core. Such would be the country that Madiba dreamed of. His dreams were shared at the time by all political parties, trade unions, business institutions, civil society organizations, communities, and families throughout the land that all agreed to work together in a constitutional democracy to achieve these dreams. No one ever before, none ever before, had been head of state of South Africa for all the people of South Africa. Tirelessly, he worked to ensure that our democracy would become more strong. Indeed, it was strong enough to survive the predations and devastations of the last 10 years. Too many South Africans in that time have been left behind. Too many have become deeply alienated. Too many believe they have nothing to lose. The new governing party administration has provided strong evidence of a determination to clean up and fix broken institutions and restore the best hopes of a nation. But the demand from those left behind is for a fundamental transformation of our society. We give strength to our new president to rise to the occasion. To rise to the challenge with all of us, fellow citizens, by his side. Now, 10 years ago, progressive people around the world welcomed the election of a new president of the United States, Barack Obama. A leader who sought to bring hope and renewed optimism to a democracy more than 200 years old. To many, the Obama presidency offered the United States a dream of a global future that people could aspire to, one that inspired belief in human solidarities that could be forged across national, economic, social, and cultural divides. The realities of office, of course, tested him to the limit. Embedded histories and resilient structures of power proved to be formidable obstacles. Inclusivity as a democratic ideal had not become strong enough over the centuries of democracy to keep at bay racism, official forms of violence, and class-based insecurities that take on an ethnic, racial, and nationalistic forms of expression. To many observers, what we came to see in South Africa as a state capture seemed mirrored in the United States and other parts of the world by what we could call more accurately a capture of democracy. In this scenario, hostile forces to democracy ultimately attain legitimate electoral mandates only to subvert them. Public discourse shifts from the language of social cohesion to that of validating membership in what could be called political tribes. The persistence of structural racism and of denialism in relation to received structural privilege deepens historic divides, as do the whims of the market, structured through 5 centuries of global capitalism. Consequently, multitudes of people across the world live below basic poverty levels on the margins of in every other sense. In the centenary year of Nelson Mandela, we welcome the voice of President Obama to this platform. He has confronted the global challenges I have alluded to in ways that very few have. He has been in the crucible in ways reminiscent of Madiba during the dangerous, turbulent years of the 1990s here in South Africa. He has things to tell us which are worth listening to. He has ideas which I believe will need us to strive to hear the call of justice and begin to reimagine democracy. To conclude, let us find the Madiba in each of us. Let us be the legacy. Let's be the citizen who creates with other citizens our common future to restore beauty, purpose, dignity, and strength to our country. Let us be enriched by this beautiful day. I thank you.
Let us be the legacy. Thank you so much, Prof. Ndebele, for that enlightening and entertaining speech. Not only do you stand here as a giant in history, but as someone who has truly kept his pulse on what is a vibrant country that is finding its path to the future. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Prof. Ndebele. Our next speaker is an activist from humble beginnings who rose to become a world-renowned business leader. He is the founder of mining giant African Rainbow Limited, through which he has distinguished himself as an entrepreneur with exceptional skill. Not stopping there, however, this true son of Africa is a trailblazer in responsible corporate citizenship. His family is the first on the continent to make the Giving Pledge, with key areas of support including the fight against HIV and AIDS, cancer, and Ebola. This giant also supports education, music and arts, religious and non-governmental organizations. Through his pledge, he joins the likes of Bill Gates, Richard Branson, Warren Buffett, all of whom are prime examples of ethical and accountable business leadership required to effectively uplift the lives of all the people in the world. It is a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you Dr. Petrus Motsepe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the presence of each and every one of you is a living proof that the legacy, the spirit, the values of Nelson Mandela is alive. And also that the spirit of the Rainbow Nation. I mean, you represent South Africa in its beauty, in its inclusivity, in its common commitment to what Nelson Mandela stood for. And I think all of us take huge encouragement and huge inspiration from the commitment to uphold the legacy of Nelson Mandela and to continue this country on the path that he set for us. I'm now going to start by recognizing and paying my respect to President Ramaphosa and to welcome Barack Obama. Welcome back home, Barack. You represent the very best of America, the very best of Africa, and the very best of the world. Mama Graça Machel, we're most honored to see you here with us. The Mandela family, I saw Zinzi, Zenani, and various members of the Mandela family. Can we clap hands for them, please? the chairman of the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the CEO, the king of the Zulu nation, Isilo Samabanja, and all traditional leaders and kings who are here with us. His Grace Bishop Barnabas Likhanyani, and all of the religious leaders and faith-based leaders who are here with us. And of course, in conclusion, recognition of all our ministers. I saw former President Kgalema Motlanthe. Mkhulu, welcome. You know, when we met many years ago, in the way we did, we'd always say, "Hola Madiba, hola. Hola Madiba, hola." Ukhona umoya wakamadiba la, mina ngiyakuzwa lo moya lo. Moya wa Mandela uteng, moya wa lerato le wa kopano. And is eintlik ook belangrik, en die gees van Mandela is het belangrijk dat ons allemaal samen is. Is prachtig. And everything is stood for. Now, in 1994, when Nelson Mandela was inaugurated, it was a deeply, deeply emotional, it was a historic day, but a deeply, deeply emotional day for all of us. And I remember my wife and I, Precious, we shed a tear because I think many South Africans were very emotional. We never thought that we would live to see Mandela take that oath as president of this country and unite all of us and give hope and inspiration to all of us. But President Obama, we had the honor of also going to your inauguration in 2009, as well as in 2013. And we left and worked in America for some time. And to see you, a president whose father grew up in Africa, take the oath and say, "So help me God," was a deeply, deeply emotional experience for all of us. And on that day as well, we also shed a tear. And because it was living proof that in America, as well as in anywhere else in the world, and particularly in South Africa and in Africa, every young man, every young girl, through hard work and sacrifice, can realize the very, very highest of their dreams. And your presence here is a strong indication of that inspiration, that hope, and that belief in self-ability and the realization that indeed through hard work and sacrifice, our young people and all of us as a nation can realize the dreams that Madiba stood for and the dreams that each of us uphold. I think all of us have very special memories of Nelson Mandela. And when I was asked to say a few words on behalf of the Motsepe Foundation, I thought of two occasions that came to mind. On the one occasion, we had a meeting with Madiba as business leaders. And I think the meeting was in Sandton, at the Sandton Convention Center. And a few months afterwards, we had another meeting. And he called me aside. And he called me aside. And he said to me, there was something I liked in what you said at the business meeting at the convention center. And I was a bit embarrassed because that meeting was so many months ago and I didn't remember what I had said. So I sort of humbly asked, Tata, can you please remind me, what did I say? So I said, please remind me, what did I say? And he said, at that meeting, we made a statement that the future of the successful, the future of the educated, the future of the wealthy in South Africa, and the future of the families of the successful and wealthy is not bright And in fact, they do not have a future if the poor and the unemployed and the marginalized have a future. And that memory stuck with me for many, many years afterwards. And that was partly why in 1999 we formed the Mutembei Foundation, and in 2013 joined the Giving Pledge, because it was also part of a recognition that all of us are what we are because of the people of this country, because of the sacrifices, because of the hard work. All of us in our lives had somebody who gave us a helping hand. And there's a huge, huge obligation on those of us who are in a position to make a humble contribution to give those who are less fortunate a brighter future. What is also important, particularly in this era of corruption, in this era of people in various positions of authority, particularly in government. But corruption is not confined to government. Many of us in the private sector also have to be very, very careful. In fact, in most cases, in order for you to have a corrupt politician, you need an equally corrupt businessman or an equally corrupt entrepreneur. In many instances in South Africa and in Africa and in many parts of the world, the initiators of corruption are us, business people, those of us in the private sector. And it is very, very, very important. There are so many people who sacrifice so deeply, and many of them paid the ultimate sacrifice. The ultimate sacrifice. There's a huge duty and a huge obligation on all of us to make sure, on all of us in the business community, on all of us in the private sector, to make sure that in our interactions and engagements with politicians, with senior politicians, and particularly with those politicians that those of us in the business community may have a relationship with, that we behave in a manner that reflects zero tolerance of corruption, zero tolerance of any insinuation of improper conduct, and it's even more important that corruption is not just seen to be not tolerated, but that in the minds of ordinary South Africans, there is indeed a perception that there's a huge commitment to zero corruption and to uproot corruption. Now I'm going to, it's fine, you can clap hands, it's fine. I'm now going to sit down, and I want to conclude by saying that once more, welcome home, Barack. You inspire us immensely, and we want to continue working with you to those values of equal opportunities, equal access to opportunities for ordinary citizens, and particularly for the poor and for young girls, and the values of freedom of speech, freedom of association, the sort of universally accepted values that gives hope and gives inspiration, that we adhere to them and uphold the legacy and the values of Mandela, and make sure that we build in this country the best place for all our people. South Africans are caring people, South Africans are loving people, and together we will make this the best place in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Motsepe. I think something that came through in his speech that many people don't in fact know is that Dr. Motsepe has very strong activist and political convictions. And that if we all have those convictions driving whatever work we do, the fruits of the work that we do becomes uplifting. We in fact extend this Hola Madiba Hola in December when the Global Citizen Festival and the Mutembei Foundation bring Beyonce to South Africa. With that being said, I now welcome our next speaker. Born in Gaza, Mozambique, she is a member of the Mozambican Liberation Front, which fought for and won independence in 1975. She is a humanitarian, a global advocate for women and children's rights, and an international stateswoman in her own right. She was married to Nelson Mandela from 1998 till his death. And when describing her, he once said that she makes him bloom like a flower. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to invite Mrs. Graça Machel to the podium.
President Cyril Ramaphosa, I can see Madiba smiling to hear me calling President Ramaphosa. President Barack Obama, Barack, I can't say how much I'm thrilled that you accepted our invitation to honor this occasion and to give us the opportunity once again to celebrate you too. So I welcome, and we are looking forward to listen to you. Professor Njabulu Debele, Patrice, my son, Busi, my daughter, honorary dignitaries and the esteemed guests here today. My two big families, the Mandela family, the Machel family, my very special brothers and sisters, the elders who are here represented. All of you South Africans, today you are very special. Good morning. No, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. I am overjoyed to learn of the multitude of festivities organized by governments, civil society organizations, businesses, entertainers, and individual citizens, including Madiba's grandchildren, from every corner of the globe commemorating Madiba's centenary and honoring the values he embodied. I can certainly say with no hesitation that these celebrations make Madiba incredibly happy and proud. I'd like to thank the Nelson Mandela Foundation for being a watchful custodian of Madiba's legacy and offering an important platform for public discourse and meaningful dialogue in the form of these Nelson Mandela annual lectures. In conjunction with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, I salute all the legacy institutions Madiba established, for they hold a special place in the grand kaleidoscope of organizations carrying out the important work of social transformation. I mean here, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital, the Mandela Rhodes Foundation, the Mandela Institute for Development Studies, and the elders. These organizations were personally founded or endorsed by Madiba, and their mandates carry his blessing. Thank you for your tireless efforts to advance the causes that he held so dear. Madiba's centenary is an opportunity to acknowledge his incredible uniqueness in all its forms. Let us not celebrate him singly as an individual, however. As given the humble and modest man that he is, he sees himself as a representative of a broader collective leadership. Madiba's legacy is a rich tapestry woven over 100 years with the threads and colors of generations of leaders who came before him, as well as those who sat as his contemporaries. Let me pause here and ask you to celebrate with me Mama Albertina Sisulu, who also is turning 100 years this 2018. And with loud and loud so that Mama can hear, Utita Basadi, Utita Bokodo. Hello, Mama, we love you. Over decades, he was a student, Madiba was a student of African heritage and leadership traditions. He took close note of the philosophical leanings of a wide range of thought leaders. He dutifully analyzed the approaches of freedom fighters, political prisoners, and heads of state. He was also inspired by the activism of artists, creatives. The struggle hero, the skillful strategist, the visionary statesman, the global icon he is considered today, is a product, of this collective leadership. The tapestry of his legacy is woven by generations and generations of great thinkers and strategists, freedom fighters in all their interactions, as well as the unnamed and unknown who piqued his imagination, sharpened his keen intellect, and kept his moral fortitude alight. As we celebrate him and honor his contributions to the world, we must remember that while his political party, the African National Congress, strategically thrust him forward as the symbolic face of the struggle, and the world embraced him as such, he was not acting in singular isolation. He, in fact, regarded himself as a representative of a much broader, powerful conglomeration of activists who, in their unique and varied ways, were driving the attainment of political freedom. He considered himself a simple foot soldier. We remember on his jubilant release, he exclaimed, I quote, "I stand here before you, not as a prophet, but as a humble servant of you, the people." We, the people, need unifying symbols in which we rally around. And we often elevate symbols who take on the dreams and aspirations of millions of us to deity-like status. Madiba became selfless symbol of unrelenting resistance, of hope, of resilience, and of victory. He embodied the sacrifices, courage, and the determination of millions who worked in concert to overthrow the evils of apartheid. Perhaps his resolute commitment to his ideals in the face of seemingly unsurmountable odds, his incredulous strength of character and integrity, and his affirmation of the narrative that indeed good can triumph over evil are why we admire and we revere him so. Madiba internalized the courage and determinations of his own people and gave the absolute best of himself to give to South Africa its political freedom. But even having achieved the highest aspirations of humanity, the Madiba I know is a simple, grounded, and humble man. I want to share with you one of the moments where this humility expressed itself so genuinely. Madiba was attending the 75th birthday of his close friend and comrade, George Bezos. The event was a star-studded affair with anti-apartheid struggle heroes, VIPs from around the world in attendance. He was getting on in age by then and was not in a position to enjoy the festivities well into the night. So we agreed he would attend for a brief while and would then make our exit. We arrived to find an entourage of well-wishers welcoming him to the party. As guests greet him and as each of speakers took to the stage, they were singing his praises and bestowing upon him the most flattering of compliments. We were not in the room for more than 30 minutes, but each minute was filled with obvious displays of affection and love for him. With each accolade, he graciously smiled, nodded in appreciations, and thanked them for their kind words. As we leave and we are driving home and reflecting on the lovely evening, he turned to me and in genuine curiosity, he questioned, "Mom?" Because he used to call me Mom. He said, "Mom, don't you think these people are exaggerating? I'm not at all these things they are saying about me." His self-effacing disbelief made me chuckle, and I gently reassured him. And I said, "No, Papa, they're not exaggerating. Yes, you are indeed all these wonderful things they said tonight, because you represent the best of what so many of us aspire to be." He nodded in seeming agreement, but I could tell he did not fully believe me. You see, he was cognizant of the fact that he was a flawed human being and said in many occasions that he was not a saint. The stature to which he had risen and the symbol of virtue that he had become did not shake him into pompous arrogance. Despite his monumental achievement, his incredible influence and impact, and overwhelming fame and notoriety, the essence of who he was and his level of self-awareness had never been altered. His sober view of himself was that of many times you would say, "I am a country boy." Madiba was humble enough to recognize the limits of the achievements of his generation. He wisely wrote in his long work to freedom, and I quote, "The truth is that we are not yet free. We have merely achieved the freedom to be free, the right not to be oppressed. We have not taken the final step of our journey, but the first step on a longer and even more difficult road. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others, unquote. Madiba and his contemporaries laid a solid base for today's generation to now stand free and unconstrained in the continued long work for equality and prosperity for all. They provided the enabling environment for the youth of today to build on foundations of political emancipation and continue weaving a tapestry of their own historical imperative and the thread in social and economic freedom. His centenary gives us the opportunity space to remember how we can take inspiration from his life to bring us closer to the world where, and I quote again, we live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others, unquote. The youth of this country and this continent must follow in his footsteps as the promises of social and economic justice are theirs to fulfill. As Madiba famously said on the occasion of his 90th birthday, I quote, "It is time for new hands to lift the burdens. It is in your hands now," unquote. Young and old alike, we all have the seeds of the Madiba magic within us to confront the challenges we are facing with along our own to freedom. We all have both the ability and the responsibility to touch the lives of those around us and uplift our communities. As we reflect on the previous 100 years, we also look with legitimate optimism to the next 100 years. It is not by chance that we have amongst us one of the finest global leaders of the 21st century here today to deliver the centennial Nelson Mandela Lecture, President Barack Obama. He is a youthful symbol of transformative leadership on his own right. He's one who has dutifully heeded Madiba's call and taken up firmly in his hands the hard work of leading by example. As the first African-American president, and I'm saying intentionally, first African-American president, Barack Obama stands on the shoulders of giants. He too was influenced by generations of greats who came before him. And to paraphrase the words of our revered Maya Angelou, I quote, "He came as one, but he sends as 10,000, unquote." So, today we are in the presence of two inspiring symbols. And while he came from different historical contexts and circumstances, Mandela and Obama are symbols of victory over adversity. We have before us a beautiful bridge between the best of leadership of the 20th century to the promise of what is emerging for the 21st century. And here, I want to take the pride as an African mother and grandmother. This beautiful bridge is built by men of African heritage. And this means the best of what we as Africans, we are offering to the world, that we can be the best of what humankind can find in situations of adversity, but lead for service. Rooted in the deep desire to elevate the human condition, both have been faithful to the dreams and aspirations of their people. They rose to global prominence fueled by their activism at grassroots, and they are loyal to the values and principles instilled in them by their communities, which molded their character and nurtured their inner strength. From the humbles of beginnings, they are representatives of the masses and reached the pinnacle of power and influence. But in doing so, they were able to elevate the rights and ambitions of the disenfranchised and the weak, of young and old, of both men and women, of black and white. And it took us as a human family to a space where we recognize our common humanity and we understand how inextricably connected we are as human race. In his foreword to Madiba's book, Conversations with Myself, President Obama writes of Mandela, I quote, "His example helped awaken me to the wider world and the obligations that we all have to stand up for what is right." Through his choices, Mandela made it clear that we did not have to accept the world as it is, that we could do our part to seek the world as it should be, unquote. We see how Madiba inspired a young Barack Obama to become an example of leadership for service. From activist and community mobilizer in his hometown, from his seats in the Senate and White House, and to now developing young leaders around the world through the Obama Foundation. I repeat, as the first democratically elected black president of South Africa, Madiba, and the first African-American president of the United States, they both hold unique prominence in our consciousness. And for as groundbreaking and iconic as their places in history may be, there is a familiarity that connects us to them. As they emerged from ordinary circumstances, which are not foreign to many of us. A boy from village of Mvezo in the rural Eastern Cape and a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, they give hope and validation to millions of young people around the world who identify with these humble backgrounds. They are proof that condition is no limitation. Once Madiba was asked by one of the Mandela Rhodes scholars, and he asked, "What is your dream for this country and this continent?" And Madiba replied, my dream has started already. Here you are. To honor Madiba's legacy is to search and find in every one of us those who enable us to go beyond us, to embrace the bigger causes, to take risks, to make sacrifices for what is right, to be in service to others so that every single human being lives with dignity and in freedom. To celebrate Madiba is to nurture the future where young people who are working in the public and private sectors within civil society and academia, and in the arts and athletics, in townships and villages, in refugee camps and favelas, in slums and suburbs, will have been inspired to seek the world as it should be and become the giants like those we are celebrating here and today. And on behalf and together with those young people I have just talked about, can we all please say, yes, we can. Again, yes, we can. Thank you.
It is my singular honor to introduce two persons who really don't need any introduction to an audience such as this one. So my task is short and immensely pleasurable. Firstly, President Cyril Ramaphosa. He has been a leader in every sphere in which he has been active, from the university campus to the trade union movement, from the liberation movement to the private sector, from political party to government. It feels good once more to have in the highest office in the land a person who has earned our respect. The high regard Nelson Mandela had for him as a leader and as a colleague is well known, and the two had a long association. President Ramaphosa, thank you for agreeing to offer a few words of reflection before we move to the much anticipated lecture by President Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Dumela. Sanbonani. Molweni. Absheni. Dimasiari. Goeiemiddag. Thank you very much.
Program Director, Chairperson of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Professor Jabulo Ndebele, Mama Grasa Machel, the Mandela and the Machel families, President Barack Obama, King Zwelithini, the Elders Collective that was set up by Madiba, represented here by the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, the former President of Ireland, Mary Robinson, Mr. Brahimi, former Foreign Affairs Minister of Algeria, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, ministers of our government, Premier of Gauteng, David Makura, leaders of various political parties. I saw General Holomisa here, and leaders of non-governmental organizations, faith-based organization leaders. I saw Bishop Lekhanyane, the head of the Motsepe Foundation, Mr. Patrice Motsepe, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a real pleasure to be here for me to present President Barack Obama. South Africans, and indeed many other people around the world, are truly humbled and privileged to be participating in this celebration of the centenary of Nelson Mandela, the father of our democracy, and Mama Albertina Sisulu throughout the whole year. I'm sure that many of us who are gathered here will join me in saying that attending this Nelson Mandela annual lecture in the year of Nelson Mandela centenary is indeed a huge and a very rare privilege. But more importantly, it is because President Obama agreed to come that many of us are here today. We'd like to thank the Nelson Mandela Foundation for having extended this invitation to all of us to participate in this historic moment. From the very first lecture, this Nelson Mandela annual lecture has been global in its ambition. It has also been broad and inclusive in its outreach, and that is why there are so many of us here today, but many more of our people, South Africans, are watching this lecture live on television and listening on radio. So President Obama, there are millions and millions of South Africans who will be listening to your message today, and we are truly privileged to have this opportunity to listen to you. Those invited to deliver the lecture in the past have included prominent leaders, thinkers, and activists from across the African continent and from across the world. The insights that they shared have reflected on what I would call the human condition, and they have, as they delivered the lectures, touched on issues of poverty, inequality, health, unemployment, and have sought in their lectures to describe the tasks that we must together undertake to advance the well-being of a global humanity. In this sense, the Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture is a fitting tribute to the life and the meaning of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, to the people of South Africa, the people of our beloved continent, and indeed the people of the world at large. This occasion gives us an opportunity to reflect on Nelson Mandela's life, a man we are all proud to call the founding father of our united, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. The people of South Africa bestowed the title of the father of the nation on Madiba because his struggles and his sacrifices touched the lives of millions and will continue to inspire the generations that will follow. We honor and revere him because he lived his life in the full service of his people. He led us from the wilderness of conflict and oppression into the land of promise, of freedom, democracy, and equality. His vision, his values, and his influence are universal. They cross borders, they span continents, and also reach across time. As we celebrate the 100th anniversary of his birth, as we reflect on an extraordinary life, we are bound to acknowledge that the greatest trait of this son of the African soil was really his humanity. He is hailed as a global icon. He is memorialized as in towering statues in many parts of the world. His likeness adorns our national currency, yet his most enduring accomplishment was to teach us what it means to be a human. As South Africans, we are proud to say that he was one of us, that he was born of us, and he was formed by us, and was a product of us, his people. Yet we know that he belonged to the world. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela appealed beyond the boundaries of race, color, class, gender, or nationality, beyond differences of faith, creed, or affiliation. As a leader of his organization, the African National Congress, he ensured that his ANC became the leader of society as a servant of the people. He shared with us many of the same frailties and doubts, the same weaknesses and fears. Like us, he was not perfect. That is why he constantly sought his better self. This makes his life and his contribution all the more remarkable. He demonstrated with greater effect than most the extent of a human's capacity for love, for compassion, and forgiveness, for wisdom, humility, and understanding. Madiba challenged us to reach beyond our grasp to achieve what we thought impossible. He taught us to strive, to struggle, to serve, and to do so selflessly. Now, as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of his birth, we are called upon not only to uphold his values and to emulate his humility and his selflessness. We are called upon by Madiba to be active in the struggle for a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. Madiba's enduring legacy is that he expects us to fight for the interests of the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized. We are called upon by Madiba to prosecute a progressive struggle against inequality, racial discrimination, ethnic chauvinism, and patriarchy. We are called upon by Madiba to join hands with like-minded people around the world to resist the domination of global affairs by the rich and the powerful. He calls upon us to heal our nation and to change the world. In the year of renewal, as our nation is filled with renewed hope with the future, I keep hearing Madiba's voice right into my ear, saying, I am sending you to serve the nation. So, fellow South Africans, the Tumamina message was inspired by none other than Madiba. Madiba's spirit is here today. He is sending all of us to deal with all the challenges we face, inequality, and yes, Madiba being the Madiba that we knew and loved, he's also sending all of us to deal with corruption and root it out of South African soil. It is therefore fitting that in this year of Madiba's centenary, the Nelson Mandela Foundation has invited President Barack Obama to deliver the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture. Many people around the world dream of being like Madiba. I have laid in my bed many a times and dreamt of being like Madiba. Many never see their dreams fulfilled. But President Barack Obama somehow found a way to beat many of us in being like Madiba. Like Madiba, he is a Nobel Peace Laureate. That's point number one. Like Madiba, he was the first African-American president to lead his nation. Like Madiba, he is an inspiration to all those who are working and seeking to create a better world. And like Madiba, he has an abiding love and commitment to empower young people. Much as there are many similarities, there is one area where President Obama cannot match Madiba. Unfortunately, he cannot dance as well as Madiba can dance. And in case you think, like a politician, I'm lying, I checked this out with him, and he confessed that, yes, he can do a little bit of a shake, but Michelle Obama is a better dancer than him. As South Africans, we celebrated President Obama's election as the 44th President of the United States, not merely because he was a son of this continent, but because he embodied many of the values and aspirations that defined our struggle for liberation. We recognize in him the qualities that we saw in great leaders like Nelson Mandela: humility, wisdom, compassion, as well as an extraordinary